Just waiting for some more people to come in. But I'm going to be talking about this week's forecast for astrology. And we're also going to be talking about Scott Adams. Will be using him as an example, much like how I've previously used Meg the Stallion, and I used The Rock as an example for the Taurus risings. I'm going to use Scott Adams as an example about how lunations can work and what they can trigger in your chart. If you're not careful about just paying attention to the astrology, but he has it set up where it definitely affected him for what he has going on. And it's really just interesting and unfortunate at the same time.
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome to Dummies Cauldron. This is your girl Sincere, and as BMORE stated, breaking down Steve Adams. First of all, he has a colonist. Scott. Oh, I'm sorry, Scott Adams. He has a colonialist name too.
He does.
It's a Scott Adams.
Scott Adams.
The Ranger.
But yeah, we'll be going over his stuff as well, because it's just sometimes it's good to have examples of like what the energy looks like if you're just not careful, if you just get out here, you're out here just caught slipping, you know, falling. Yeah, it happens all the time. So this week in astrology, this is the week after we just had our full moon in Pisces. So we'll be going over we'll be having a moment where the moon squares what happened on the full moon, and the full moon was on the 20th. And so we'll be having moments where anything that could have happened around the 20th with the full moon is going to start, you're going to start getting some tensions around the new moon, it's going to start getting some tensions building up until we get to the full moon around March 7th in Virgo. And so this is the first square to that full moon, and so you're going to start seeing tensions building up around the same themes that we had presented well before.
People going to be fighting, y'all.
Yeah, so like what I brought up previously with the new moon in Pisces were themes around manipulation, generalized confusion, you know. So this could be people being indulgent, socializing, getting caught up with past achievements, being bored or feeling wanting to help others but feeling burdened. This will deal with a lot of things. We'll deal with determination, willpower, people in power. This will also, hey Kusher, hi. Hopefully you're having a good Sunday. We're just going over the weekly forecast, and we're just going to be talking about how this zodiac, and especially with the new moon last week, and how it's coming to fruition this week. Hopefully everyone that's coming in right now had a really good weekend and is still having a great weekend. Hi Deidre, how are you? But yeah, so what are we doing with people in power, manipulation, relationship ease or ease in relationships with women or relatives, dealing with emotional baggage, and just overall just loneliness and feeling all alone, or feel like you have to manage things by yourself.
Yeah, I felt alone too.
Yeah, so, and also like with the manipulation, not being able to pick up on it. And so you'll see those themes still coming up again, but this time because the moon has moved into literally today, I believe. Yeah, today it moved into Gemini. It's going to square the full moon placement. Hi Dion. It's going to square the moon placement, and so you're going to see some of those first tensions that y'all had like around the 20th with the new moon in Pisces. You're going to see it come up again. Right. So you want to see all of those, everything I just described, with the feeling like you're all by yourself, you're out on a limb, and maybe you're not out on a limb, but you're getting caught up in like past regrets, people being manipulative. Maybe you're being too ease. There's like ease in relationships with women and family, but there can also be like laziness and confusion around these themes. These things are going to just come back up again, and it'll be this week, but this time it'll be more tension.
Like you also can have like delusions in a sense of fights that you think are there but isn't. Mm-hmm. This is one of the examples that we're going to use with Scott Adams, where he used this pole which it was a small, very small fraction of black people.
Yeah.
Who basically said, and we don't even know everyone who answered this poll if
were
they
actually
were
black or
right.
just being shit starters.
So he allowed this poll to work his ass up to reveal certain dark feelings he truly have about black people, like black people being a hate group. He chose to live in a neighborhood that didn't have many black people in it because he doesn't want to be around black people. Mm-hmm. And then he told other white people to move far away from black people if you can. And he said he's tired of helping black people even though he never has. Right. So basically with this transit, he's trying to make it seem as if he's a lone ranger. And this is the example that we're seeing. People's own actions can even make them feel like they're lonely when you're actually the one who's alienated people. Mm-hmm. So in Scott Adams' case, no one alienated him but himself.
Exactly.
But he's gonna be on this, speaking tour as if he is the one who's being alienated when again it's based off his own actions.
Right. So this is what we're talking about. This is a prime example of just like deluded thinking. Socializing, because these are under social aspects where people being lazy or there's a lot of ease in how people socialize with people. And so like he's having like delusional thinking, there's manipulation there, and then like him seeing enemies, or I guess you could say anemic things where there are none.
Seeing black people as enemies even though black people were never focused on them.
Right. So this is going to be the kind of vibe that we're in. And he's just really a prime example because the new moon happened on the 20th, and he came out with all of this after the 20th, right?
Yeah, wasn't that much longer when he came out?
Yeah, with the nonsense. And how his chart is set up, this really would affect him, or it falls into specters where it could affect him. But this is why it's important to really pay attention. So it is interesting.
Well, he's trying to spin it now into he's trying to use this moment to get more people to see the flaws of racial grouping, but again, it's bullshit. He's trying to be a spinmeister. But going back to what we was talking about, and also what you were saying, there are going to be a lot of people who are going to see friends as enemies and enemies as friends.
Yeah.
And it's very important for you to be very careful with your language at this point in time, and also to check yourself. Some people are going to try to drink the poison or try to manipulate others behind the scenes, trying to be tricksters, or even trying to they may break up their own household, break up their own friendship, try to break up other people's relationships and fail or succeed. So you're going to have a lot of basically drama and nonsense.
Absolutely. So, yeah, you see the themes, and he just, I guess you could say, like, he's one of the main people that got caught up into it as well. I'm actually considering, depending on how this story runs and what happens, I could use him for like an Aries rising example, because he does have an Aries rising and Jupiter has just went into Aries, and he has Mercury in the first house in Taurus. But how that affects or how that the Aries risings will be affected with Jupiter moving into the first house, I'm thinking about using it, but I don't know, because I didn't even know who he was. Like, I've seen his work, but depending how he get this attention and how long it lasts, I still might use him as an example, just so y'all can see, like, wow, this is crazy. But no, it really does happen like that.
Well, Jupiter rules also some forms of publishing as well.
Publishing,
not just the third house.
Not just the third house, not just the Mercury placements, but him with publishing, but also with the Jupiter and Sag, it can rule fanaticism. And Aries is there, so being challenging in your fanaticism. And he has Mercury in the first house.
And he wasn't challenging himself, so he put that impulsive energy somewhere because he's looking for a fight. And because he didn't see any, he allowed this pole with his bored ass to get to use that warrior energy. Like when we talked about in the last stream, we said with Jupiter and Aries and all these other things that's happening in transit, that a lot of people are going to be looking for some type of philosophy to stand on, to go to war with.
Yeah. So I was actually thinking about using that for like Aries risings, just to see a vibe of like, not saying that y'all gonna be out here on the internet screaming about black people, but y'all see the vibe, like people being fanatic, people getting into publishing, people being aggressive about literature written. He got up in arms about a study that was written from some random publication. Yeah. So like, do y'all see the vibe?
That
like,
anybody could have
written. Somebody could have made that up. It could have been white people that did a fake thing. Like he doesn't know where this study came from.
Another example is East Palestine in Ohio. with the train situation, a lot of them went and looked at Trump as a hero because he came down to Ohio. But he really would be an enemy in this situation because he is the one who deregulated the trains even further.
Mm-hmm.
So technically, the guy that they're praising or thinking that's for them, he was the one who actually put in the deregulatory policies and actions that led to what took place, where now they're dealing with toxins. People had to evacuate.
Right.
It's a whole hot mess over there right now.
Yeah. Now, I also want to go to Scott Adams as an example, and I don't if y'all know about Scott Adams. He kind of does the
Dilbert.
He's the guy who's in charge of that cartoon. He came up with it. So what's interesting about his chart is that he has Jupiter in Virgo, which deals with writing and communicating, and particularly analyzing thoughts. So he has Jupiter there, which deals with publication of analyzing thought, and I guess Dilbert falls in line with those principles where he analyzes thoughts. And his Jupiter hits his Mercury in the first house in Taurus. Because his Jupiter is debilitated, he does have to work really hard for the things that he accomplishes. But think about the lunation we had. So we had a recent lunation with the new moon conjuncting with the sun and the moon in Pisces, which will be in his 12th house, which could aspect Jupiter in his, if I remember, the 6th house, which deals with work.
Mm-hmm.
And so because he has a Libra moon, and I don't mean to like roast the Libra moons, but this is important to pay attention to it. So Jupiter is in his 6th house. Jupiter is a ruler of Neptune. Neptune is in the 12th. 12th is the house of undoing. And so then he has Neptune, which is the other ruler of Pisces. That is in his 7th house, which deals with other people. It's conjunct the moon. And when Neptune and the moon conjunct each other, they can have this thing where they can get highly emotional. They can get very emotional. They can have emotional outbursts that are very uncommon for them. Nobody's ever heard him speak like that. So for him to say, I'm tired of helping black people, people's like, well, what the heck were you doing? Well, I've never heard you even speak.
He never helped black people. That's
right. And so then it opposes, or it creates a hard aspect to his Mercury with communication or being at odds with other people. So it is interesting, like all the way that his chart flows, and things. Also with seeing with the way his moon is set up, he can see slights where there are none. Nothing happened. So like people saying like, and when he said like, I think he said something like about black people beating up white people. When I go on my timeline, I don't see people fighting. So the timeline, you know, we all understand that the timeline only gives you what you've been watching. So if you watch a lot of violence or you watch a lot of racially charged content, it's going to keep giving it to you. So it is delusional. This is what we did with the Pisces and the new moon, because his Neptune is the ruler of Pisces. We just passed a new moon in Pisces. This is where it's synergizing. He also has Jupiter in the 6th house with work. So delusional about work, delusional about other people, because it's in the 7th house. Is in Libra, which is the ruler of the 7th house. So he's getting all this delusional thinking about other people. That's not what happened, and that's not even real. Like we all know, it's like whatever you watch on your algorithm is usually what they give you.
Well, a couple of things too. He said when he's tired, he said, I don't care about the context. I'm tired of just seeing videos of black people beating up on white people, even though 50% of those videos are white people starting trouble. Then he went and jumped over and saying he's tired of black people beating up other groups of people. And there's a lot of videos of white people assaulting Asian people, but he was using an example of these black girls on some type of train or something, or bus, harassing this Asian man. But you see a lot of videos of white people doing the same. Let's not remember, it was only like last year when there was a white man who went into a salon in Atlanta that was ran by Asian women and shot them all up, sprayed it up. So it's a very also weird thing, because we also talk about Aries and Jupiter, and we know Jupiter rules Sagittarius. So this also means that different ethnic groups can be in beef with each other.
Yeah.
But for Scott Adams, it's not working how he thought it would, because some conservatives are actually getting irritated with him. He actually irritated a lot of black conservatives
who like this stuff,
who are basically coming at him. And then he also agitated just black people in general who are cartoonists or who just enjoy reading Dilbert in the morning.
And this is where we think about where the Jupiter is in his 6th house, because 6th house deals with work and how you work with people. So if you have Jupiter in the 6th house, you work with foreigners or people who aren't of the same race as you. So I do find this interesting, like he's streaming lining, and his Venus does hit his Jupiter, so he does. I know it doesn't sound like it, but he does have a affinity or a love or a gravitation to people of other races. So I don't know what he watched on the internet for him to get this butt hurt about black people. Because in order for you to be this invested, you had to care that much. You looked for studies about how black people feel about white people. So it is a weird delusional thinking, but as y'all can see how we're running down the synergy of the chart, it's very important to pay attention to those things. And sometimes you in a space where your the way your chart is set up, you gotta be a little bit more careful. So like, he just had a lot of just confusion, delusional thinking.
But to go to your point, his natal chart, he has a debilitated Jupiter anyway.
He does have a debilitated
so
Jupiter.
It would probably lend him to be more susceptible to programming. He also shared a video of 10 people saying things negative about white people. And he talked about, see, this is some of the opinions of black people. But in the video, all the people weren't black. It was 5 black people and then like Hispanic and other people who were non-black. And people pointed out in the video, it's interesting how you ignore the other groups and focus on the 5 black people. And then a black conservative got irritated with him. He said, black people don't even own this media platform that you're trying to hell as black people's opinion, which is disingenuous. And I actually agreed with that black conservative. I'll figure out what his name is. But when he said it, I think his name is AB or something. But when he said it, I went and I said, I agree with you. All these media platforms that are instigators pertaining to race and ethnicity, most of them are not even black. And then if you even, let's say you're crying about FBA or ADOS, that also pulls into this whole Saturnian Jupiter beef that we're talking about. Even if you bring up that aspect, though, they're not supported by any type of mainstream source or even funded by any mainstream force. They're kind of like, even though they're popular to some degree because they say some things Americans agree with, a lot of black Americans don't agree with everything from FBA or ADOS with the exception of reparations. So mainstream publication and media are not owned by anybody who's really instigating race. And the funny thing is, the majority of people who do own those platforms are white. Mm-hmm. So the very thing he's angry about are the people who look like him, who he claims are helping black people.
Right. So with that being said, y'all look alive and perk up because it's very interesting. But he's a great example of like a chart, the way it just flowing together, and it keep flowing into BS. I'm gonna be honest. The flow of the chart is giving bullshit, and sometimes a transit just come and you just eating dirt, you know.
Also, what's up to Sunny as well? Tay-Tay's in the building as well, and Sean just came in as well. RCH, Dion, anybody else? Kusha, you already said, and also Neck. What's up? So go ahead, BMORE.
Yeah, so like just the flow of the chart is giving drama. It's giving drama, and sometimes it's not all drama. Because I will say this: he has some decent things in his chart. He has good things in his chart. But sometimes, like, when you get a transit or aspect, it can just start to unfold the vulnerabilities in your chart. It can expose the weaknesses in his chart. So I'm going to start reading about, sort of go into my notes about this week's forecast and how everything's been going on.
Right now, BMORE's dressed like Steve Jobs.
Yeah, Stephanie Jobs. I feel like I was in this energy in 2021. You probably were, and depending how your chart was set up, you could have just been eating dirt. Like, and I'm not saying that to be smart, but like you could have been taking an L because of just how the chart is set up, and just the transit. Sometimes that happens. You just going through a little rough one, and it takes you a while to get acclimated to those transits. And sometimes the transits have a big gap in between. So sometimes it's almost like a repeating type of vibe from a few years ago.
You do a sample from 2 years ago and then become a main course.
Right.
Later.
And maybe it's just taking you a while to get back on your training wheels. And hey, Sonny, I feel like I haven't seen or heard from you in 20 billion years. Like, where have you been?
Yeah, where have you been, girl?
Where have you been, Sonny?
Also,
hey, Tasha.
Before BMORE gets into her aspects, do anyone have any questions about what was stated thus far? Do y'all have any questions or any commentary on what has been stated thus far before BMORE goes into aspects?
Yes, before I start talking about this week, starting from today on to the 5th, does anybody have any questions?
Right. Do you need any answers about what Aries means as a zodiac sign, what Jupiter as a planet means, or anything? Do you have any questions of what was mentioned right now before BMORE moves into the aspects and also the weekly forecast? I give y'all a couple minutes to decide before she goes.
Yeah, because some of y'all type slow.
Or it could be our internet service.
That is true.
Or it could be a mixture of both.
That is true.
But also, again, communication. I'm glad you even brought it up. Written communication, audio as well, verbal. Like these, all forms of communication is going to be very potent at this time. Whatever you say will be remembered. Don't forget that. What's up, Steve?
Hey, Steve.
Sunny said, I've been
working a lot and going to school.
Okay.
Boss Lady Sunny.
Boss lady in the building. Actually, it's funny that she says she's going back to school because this transit for some people
is great for school.
Depending on what their agenda is about going back to school. So that's a good thing. So
yeah.
The transit's on your side, Sunny, to finish up whatever you're working on pertaining to your school.
Yes. Steve, we are talking about, we just briefly touched on Scott Adams as an example about what we talked about the last stream with the new moon in Pisces. And then we are talking about the weekly forecast. I'm going to read some of my notes about just the general energy in this week, and how this can kind of just play out and what people can do to kind of like curtail some of it. Because there's a general vibe, and the vibe is giving... It almost kind of sound like love and war, but
it is.
But it is very, very interesting, though. Hi, what does Jupiter mean? Okay, so Jupiter is the planet of abundance, luck, expansion, and knowledge. So with Jupiter, you're going to get exponential growth, or it's going to enlarge anywhere it touches. But the only thing, the slight difference between that and like Saturn, which Saturn can build and grow things too, it lacks maturation, so you don't really have to have any maturity there per se. So like depending where you have Jupiter, it's going to tell you where you have luck, where you have wisdom, expansion.
I mean, the goal of Jupiter is for you to get wisdom, but and for you to have some lessons and teaching. But Jupiter, when you make mistakes, Jupiter is not the one that's going to slap you in your hand. Saturn is. They actually are kind of co-teachers in their own way.
Right, yeah.
So Jupiter will just keep expanding so you can eventually get that wisdom, but it's not necessarily going to punish you. But Saturn comes in and like,
no, you gotta be on point.
Yeah, you mess up, I'm gonna punish you so you can understand why this is the wrong direction or option for you as an individual.
Yes, through hard work. And yeah, so like Jupiter also tells you where your sense of purpose is, your sense to go on. Digital B, if you could tell me what zodiac sign you have Jupiter, I could kind of give you a general vibe of the zodiac, but that's what it tells you where you have your sense of purpose, your will to go on, ideals and faith, where you have abundance at as well, where you can get lucky breaks at. Let's see, glad to see you. Pisces gang, I graduate this year and get my BS in video game design.
Oh, that's a good one too.
That is a good one.
That's something the metaverse will be using.
For real, congratulations.
Yes, that's a huge achievement.
Yes. I have Leo in the 8th house. Okay, so if you have Leo in the 8th house, this deals with you being able to gamble. Leo and Jupiter, or Leo and Sag, are placements where you can gamble a lot. And you can win the lottery a lot. So you might win raffles a lot. And it's really interesting. It also deals with expansion in lovers. You can have a lot of lovers. You can have things tied to you being proud of your children. Expansion in personality. You having a really big personality. Expansion in things that are heartfelt. You can be very creative. And it's in the 8th house, which deals with endings and beginnings. And it deals with spirituality. And I'll probably make a video about the different houses and how they kind of matriculate, but it's also like the house of spirituality. And so we can have spiritual to a certain extent, or transformative experiences with lovers and children, and also what you inherit. So you can inherit your parents' pride, so your parents can be proud of you as their child. You can inherit a lot of lovers or whatever. So it is interesting.
The royal lion.
The royal
Because
lion.
also Jupiter can also have an aspect of having kingly energy and behavior. I mean, you have
Yeah,
Leo
so
there.
bravery, nobility, also getting attention and rewards. And so with Jupiter there, you can get a lot of rewards. And in the eighth house, it deals with desire and transformation through desires and things that are linked to that. And so I think people misconstrue. I think one of the signs and placements that people misconstrue is Scorpio in the eighth house, which is the ruler. And so people see the eighth house as danger, but not less so as danger in the sense of like where you could meet a demise. Yes, but you can meet a demise there through the translation of desire. So if your
Mm-hmm.
desires is to have children, is to have a lover, or to have your parents' pride, we have to be careful of how we are running through these desires, because the desire can burn us whole. And so that can also become a danger to us.
So don't
So
become
you
a
can,
glutton.
yeah, and so because of where you have Leo, you can have a hidden store well of pride, self-esteem, personality, bravery. You can be really great with children,
Also, people
things like that.
in upper class and royalty, people of kingly nature, royalty, people who have a lot of money, a lot of sources in that spaces could also give you things too. Since, like
Mhm.
BMORE said, the eighth house is shared resources. Also, it could mean that, let's say, if you do have a near death experience, maybe you get help from people of higher society, or even maybe there's something that you learn through Jupiter, because Jupiter doesn't want you to bite the dust because it wants you to learn. Actually, Jupiter is trying to preserve your life, so you can learn those lessons. So having Jupiter in the eighth house is actually a really good placement in
Yeah.
Western Vedic.
Yeah. So like it seems like even if you do get consumed by all of this desire or loss in your own transformations of desire, because you want to transform to desire into a sense of purpose, because the next house after 8 is 9, which is the sense of purpose, the will to go on, and your faith. So your faith in life, you're more invested. So the will actually tells you a story, and so even because you have Jupiter there, it seems like even if you did get a little bit consumed by Leo, which deals with willpower, having a sense of willpower, it could be pride, which could be dangerous for you.
Wrong type of pride,
Wrong
yeah.
type of pride. It seems like Jupiter being there can give you a lucky breakaway. Maybe you can get a second chance, or maybe things might work out for you, even if you're being prideful, even if you're taking things above and beyond with Leo antics.
And unless there's any negative aspects there, I mean,
Yeah.
that means doing esoterics would be good for you. Actually, you're a type of person who can get into religious studies or esoteric studies, occultic studies,
Yeah.
and it actually would be a good place for you to
And you
expand.
probably would get attention from there. You
Yep.
probably could get recognition from doing occultic studies or things that are tied to like that. Or even if you did something like wills or things that are tied to legacy, so like helping people settle their estate, taxes, debts, those would kind of be kind of good luck for you.
He's also someone who has psychic gifts, because when you have Jupiter, the planet of wisdom and philosophy and higher learning, and you have it in a placement that is ruled by the sun,
Yeah.
in the eighth house, that means you do have psychic capabilities as
Yeah.
well, and it's good luck. It's good luck for you to expand that knowledge.
Now the only thing that's a little weird, where I feel like they don't go together, is because the eighth house can deal with themes of like things that are not seen, things that are transformative but you don't get to see. That's why the eighth house can rule sex. So people can get transformed by way of sex, but you don't get to see it. Or you know what I mean, like you can be secretly transformed by lovers or children or things like that, but you don't get to see it. The only thing is, because it's Leo there, Leo wants to be seen. So like it is some of it is a bit of a conflict of interest.
That's a good point.
It's like there's some parts where they don't get along. They like
I would say I would agree with that. That's the
it's
only
some things
big
where they just
flaw.
not vibing.
Like, you got mostly good dope shit in there, but that is like the one thing you're gonna have to make an
I got something
agreement
else.
with yourself. Oh, go ahead. You should.
The other thing is, because Leo rules being heartfelt, like there's like an endearment, like almost a sincerity, because every fiber of their being is interlocked to where they feel. So like if they can say something that's very heartfelt or brave or courage, it just comes from like almost in their center, because Leo rules the heart. So when you're dealing with the 8th house, again, it does not really like to be seen. It kind of deals with being secretive, trusting, like I kind of want to make this deal happen, but I'm not going to trust you all the way. Like, it deals with more covert, secretive things. And so being heartfelt in a space where it's less direct might not be as helpful either. Like, it is, they don't get along with that.
Seeing competition when there isn't any.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to be careful with that one.
Mm-hmm.
If you can show courage but humility, and also show wisdom in the 8th house, you can gain so much from that placement of Jupiter in the 8th house. It's like such a cool placement to have.
Yeah.
Especially if you're someone who's into esoteric, again, into psychic abilities, into the occult, into religion, into philosophy, and then also all the things that Leo represents. If your sun is dignified in Western astrology, I mean, you
should
really
be fine.
I
don't know
really
if their sun is dignified.
Yeah, that's the thing. This is why you have to read other aspects of the charts. Like, for example, Steve said he has Jupiter in the 8th house as well, but his is in Libra, and Libra feels very comfortable in Jupiter.
But the 8th house is kind of
It could mean like
I actually think Libra might fare a bit better in the 8th house than Leo.
Well,
because attention isn't like a prerequisite, and also me telling the truth like that's not a thing.
If he stays balanced,
yeah.
Like if you stay with the principles of Libra and you're in harmony, and let's say your Venus is also dignified in Western astrology, that's really good. But it also can mean he could have a really deep attraction to women who are of the occult world, women who are into esoteric and in that space. There's religious women, the list goes on and on.
There's a lot of things.
Because you got Jupiter and Libra in the 8th house, so that means that can be like, that's where your sexual energy and partnership, because 7th house deals with Libra. Libra is very comfortable in the 7th house. So that means that your 7th house is kind of having a major influence from the 8th house, because Libra is in Jupiter there. Yeah. So it's actually a very interesting thing pertaining to how you deal with partnerships, but also how you deal with romance.
Yeah. So no, it is interesting. I'm not gonna get too deep into it because I probably will save it for like a Patreon stream, because we're talking about certain things sexually, but because again these houses deal with sexual dynamics. Okay, so we'll go back to digital and then we'll go back to Steve, but I will not be talking too much under y'all clothes. We'll save that for Patreon, and if y'all want to dig deep in like a smaller group behind closed doors, we can. Right. But digital can deal with, again, because it deals with transformation and sexuality, you can get a lot of pride in your being sexual, or like sexual demonstrations. It can actually, sex can boost your self-esteem. You can have a lot of courage in sexual expression. You can be very romantic and playful in these types of things. Right. There can also be a fear of getting your ego or your personality bruised in the idea of sexuality or transformation in partnerships around sexuality, and around like sexual performers. I won't be going any too more deep into that. I'll maybe say like sex can be seen playful for digital B. Like they can be a lot of playfulness tied into their sexuality. Also, I won't get any deeper because we're going to save that for another stream.
Yeah, that would be good for the sexology.
Yeah, I don't want to, when we go into sexology and as it ties to your astrology and how you interact in that type of realm, because mastering sex is a very important thing, just as an adult, but also occultically as well, what you can do with your sexuality. So, and I don't think people really teach people that. It's very important that you understand that.
Like tantric sex, for example, for both of you guys will probably come into play. But since that's going to be behind the Patreon, we can't talk about the different ways that they're masterful in a crisis. That means like for Steve, anything pertaining to like the Libra, let's say with partners, he can help people in crisis in that area. Yes. And then with digital, with Jupiter and Leo, the aspects of Leo, he can help people in crises as
It
well.
does give that. If anyone has Jupiter in its placement, it can also deal with being fair sexually. However you want to take that is your business. And dealing with fairness in how they treat their partners, and in let's just say they're not selfish. That's a good way of describing it.
Right.
They're not a selfish lover. There are certain placements where the lover could be selfish, and it's in their chart what they think about them in the act of performing. If hopefully that makes sense.
No, yeah.
You know, I don't want to go too deep,
No,
and I don't want to blow nobody's spot up, but that's what that means.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jupiter and Libra can mean giving and taking.
And giving
with a partner.
Right, being very balanced in the act. Like they can be generous or kind. Anyone with Jupiter there can be giving and kind in that act, especially with Libra being there. Let's see. Job requires tech. Oh, y'all having tech conversations. Okay. We need a class. I don't know. Maybe I'll do a class on sexuality. I don't know. We'll see. That is true. They don't really teach you how to properly alchemize those things, and it is a real thing. I think they teach you to be afraid of it,
right?
Which, to be honest, I can understand why, because you could lose a lot how you are participating into sex and sexuality. You can lose a lot, and I'm just talking about spiritually, let alone it becoming a physical manifestation of you physically losing material goods or emotional unrest in how we have sex. But no, sex is a very important counterpart in how we are successful, how we can alchemize ourselves, alchemize our relationships. If you want to have kids, if you can have kids, if you want to have kids, all of this is very important. And they don't really teach you that. They just teach you to be afraid or just not to have sex, which is not normal per se, because people are going to do that, and so you put a lot of shame, guilt, and fear around something that's kind of normal.
Also, Jupiter in the 8th house can deal with things that look bad but end up turning to be good for you individually, but you may have conflicting emotions about it. Like, for example, inheritance. You may get an inheritance because someone in your family died. So,
that's
like,
true.
you got something,
but at the expense of somebody
else. That you cared about not being no longer.
It's kind
here.
of a win and a loss,
right?
At the same
because
time.
8th house still deal with win and losses, just like the zodiac sign Scorpio. It's about wins and losses. Now, Jupiter being there expands it even more and can also make the rewards even bigger. But again, psychologically, you know, each individual is different about how they'll feel about gaining something or an inheritance or something from a bad situation.
Yeah. So, hopefully, does anyone have any more questions before we move to the weekly forecast?
Any more questions, guys? If anyone else want to pull out their Jupiters and where their placements are in their house.
You show me mine, I'll show you yours. It's like, I'm just kidding.
Actually, it just I guess to keep going unless people have any more questions before BMORE go into the aspect. Overall, though, Jupiter in the 8th house is one of those fascinating placements. It's actually one of those cool placements. But you also got to see the dignity of the zodiac sign in Jupiter. So if your sun is well placed, and then Jupiter Leo, that's really good. If Venus is dignified and you have Libra in Jupiter, really good.
Yeah,
like
you have to see how everything's going. My solar return is tomorrow. Oh my goodness, happy birthday.
Yeah, congratulations.
A lot of Pisces.
A lot of Pisces energy, huh?
It is.
Gang.
Yeah, right? It is gang. You know, Pisces are funny because they do gang, but they not really like that. You get what I'm saying? Like they'll coalesce in a space, but it's not like gang. My Venus isn't dignified, or you don't have a strong Venus.
Okay, where's your Venus placement?
No, you didn't. Digital. You would have to look for your sun.
Yeah,
because your sun is there.
We're talking about Venus for Steve. Because Steve has Libra.
You would have to look for your sun. Is your sun strong or not? What is your sun sign?
Yeah, and what house is your sun in? For Steve, he would have to see where his Venus is.
Yeah, and if it's strong or not. It has to be robust to match the placement.
Right, because see, you got, like, let's say you have an undignified Venus and a dignified Sun with that Jupiter and Leo in the eighth house. That means you could still gain a lot, even though you don't get luxury.
And
easy,
you could still
it
get
come.
good lovers though, because where you get a lucky break with lovers because it's in the eighth house.
Right.
So
you still can,
Libra in the 10th. Oh, so you have a Libra sign. See, Libra is not strong there. That's the only but it's in the 10th house. The sun likes the 10th. It's kind of like
a mixed result.
It is mixed, girl. It's mixed. Now we're gonna have to. What you would do after this digital, you would see how it's aspected. So is it positively aspected even though your sun is weak?
Is it a trine?
Yeah.
Is it?
You gotta see how they're aspected.
Is it a sextile?
Because your sun is already in I think it's detriment. It's not strong.
But we have to also, on some other stream, or if you want to do it today, explain what sextiles and all the. Well, you're gonna
do that
when you do this. You can.
We'll do that in a different. Because I'll probably just make a video about it so they could just keep rolling with it. But
Steve said
my Venus is in Leo. That's not bad.
In the 9th house.
That's not bad. You'll be fine. That actually is better suited. It's better suited.
It's kind of like the 9th house is still getting also a
the religious, the faith
with the 8th house.
Yeah. So see, Steve's is a little bit stronger. Digital's is not as strong, but where it is in the 10th house can boost it up a little bit. Because she just has a Libra, and a Libra, the sun don't like being in Libra.
It's
but it's in the 10th house. It is. But it's in the 10th house, and so the 10th house deals with public recognition and being seen. The sun likes to be seen. It wants to be in the 10th house. It wants power and authority. It's linked to nobility and kinglyhood, and the 10th house is linked to power. It likes to be there, but Libra doesn't really believe in power of self. It believes in the other. So everything that's not about me. So like when you have your sun, that's about your ego and your identity. But if it's in Libra, that's about other people. So how can you build an identity that's about other people? You can't.
But
it's not strong there. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you see where the struggle for digital, you're seeing where the struggle for this individual will be at.
But where it really can work very well, because he has Jupiter and Leo, where he's gifted things, or can be gifted from things from royalty or people of high society. That means if he's if he used diplomacy, don't use the weaker ends of Libra. If you use the stronger end of Libra as justice and being fair, that can work in your favor when it comes to people of authority, because that means that people of authority are watching you, because your sun is in the 10th house, even though it's in Libra. So there's a lot of things you can do with that, but you're gonna have to remain balanced.
Well, this is another thing.
If you don't know how to make decisions based off of the Libra, it can hurt you. But
they said that their Venus is weak. That's the ruler of the sun. It is kind of honestly digital. You have to just start picking apart. It's given pick apart because you have a.
Where's his Venus at? What sign is it in?
Digital, where's your Venus?
Yeah, because the Libra in the 10th house can really work, but
he said his Venus isn't dignified.
We need to see where it's at.
Because the Venus is looking shaky, baby. It's just shake. The weak knees is weak.
Oh, Tyler Bennett is back.
I don't know where Tyler been at. Tyler been robbing banks.
Yeah. Oh, he been trying to get girls.
If he back, it ain't been working.
He been striking out.
Venus and Virgo in the 10th.
Okay, so this is what Virgo is actually.
No, this is not good still.
Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, go ahead.
It's not good still.
That's a difficult thing.
Because Venus likes to be in Pisces in the opposing house. Okay, Venus rulership is Libra and Taurus, right? The other sign that it likes is Pisces. Pisces is the opposing sign of Virgo. So you went to Pisces op. That's the problem.
It means he gets very nervous with luxury. Like you have nervous tension. It
sounds like you also get nervous in romantic dynamics.
Yeah, like it could still work because I see what's going on in your chart. Your chart wanted to give you a sun where you wasn't egotistical, where you can run into the bad ends of Jupiter and Leo in the 8th house. But at the same time, it made you very nervous oriented
It's given that it's hard to secure the deal.
Yeah.
It's hard for you to lock it down.
What you need to do, you really need to try to see how you can embody Leo qualities
without
mixed with the balancing act of Libra, without the nervous tension.
It's hard for him to lock it down. Yeah, it's giving like
nervous tension of Virgo.
Y'all know that meme where it's like that little boy at the like jumping plank and his leaves are just shaking? That's digital. You try to set digital on a date and they just shaking. It's like, woo, the child just...
You have to practice though, because even though Libra isn't in a good placement in the sun, they do have a lot of women that are drawn to them. So your situation is you're going to have a lot of women that are going to be interested in you, but it's hard for you to seal a deal.
Wait, what if Digital B is a girl?
Oh,
whatever.
You may get both men and women coming after you. Digital B, are you a male or female? Before we even go, that's a good question.
Because I thought Digital was a girl.
Digital, are you a girl? Okay.
I thought
so. Okay, Digital. I
thought so.
If you're a heterosexual woman, you're going to have guys who are going to be drawn to you, but you're going to have to learn how to lock it down.
Yeah, you can't. You kind of scary. You kind of scary a little bit. You know, the nerves are bad, child. Your nerves are bad.
And they're going to be really drawn to you because the Jupiter and Leo in the 8th house, so that means the sun is connected there in some way.
Yeah.
They're going to be really
attracted to you.
But you don't know how to lock it down.
And on be real, Digital, because of how your 8th house is set up, you getting with someone that's not an a-hole, like a good person, is the sexual act boosts your self-esteem. So it actually helps that weak sun you got. That sun kind of weak. It's kind of flaky. It kind of boosts it along. It kind of like streams it along. You need the little support because it's kind of weak right now. But I think you'll be okay. It's just your nerves is bad, child. Your legs are just buckling.
It means you're a very hard worker, though.
Yeah, you are a hard worker.
Like, people with Virgo and Venus, they don't know when they are comfortable. So they'll keep working hard and being meticulous and being nervous, even in relationships. They don't even know when they're on a date and they're really like doing a damn thing, but they overthinking it. Oh my God, whatever, all this other stuff.
I feel like Digital don't know when they locked it down or not.
Right.
They said, did you secure it? It's secured.
Now, don't get me wrong. Some guys may think it's cute though.
They might. You know what? You gotta find somebody that's into that. If they like nervous women. Women with bad nerves, then you in.
Yeah, because you're like a surprise. You have bad nerves, you have nervous issues, but deep down inside you're a lion.
Yeah.
So you when they get to know you personally, they see more of the fierceness.
Yeah. Hi, Alicia.
What's up, Alicia?
Oh my God, not nervous. Yeah, because it's I think you overthink. You're overdoing too much. Like you can't just relax a little bit. So like I can see you being a very supportive and dutiful partner. That's what I see in your chart. You're not a selfish partner.
Right.
But the downside is because these placements aren't as robust, I can actually see you struggling. You feel like you have to work really hard for love, or not understanding when people are already there, or you can be kind of nitpicky.
You can use that Virgo to your advantage though. Virgos are technicians, so if you mastered the Venus and Virgo with the Jupiter and Leo in the 8th house, that means you could be really good at sex.
She could be good at sex.
You could be making them bust.
But she's scary. But she's scary. That's the problem. You can't even get to that. They're gonna have to give you something. I don't know what the girls take for anxiety and depression, but Prozac, a Xanax. If they can slide a pill in your mouth, like to give you a Xanax, you might be all right, girl.
That gotta be a secure relationship.
Yeah.
Because you gotta be careful. You don't want to be doing
busting it up for everybody.
With Jupiter in the 8th house.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to become a drug addict. But you have the qualities to be really good in bed. Yeah. But you gonna have to
kind of scary.
Stop being nervous.
Yeah.
And anytime wherever Virgo is, they're a technician in that place, but they have to learn to stop being anxious, having anxiety, being nervous.
Thinking too much or being overly analytical. You know. Because if you got the 8th house, you already going to get lovers no matter what.
You are.
That's what I'm saying. Like, just chill it. I'm going to get it. I got the bag anyway. They're already coming over here anyway. Like, you already got the... When they say you got the juice, you already got it. Just relax a little bit. Damn.
Right.
And undo your top button.
Relax a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, anybody else where their Jupiter placement is? Anyone know their Jupiter?
Before we move on.
Jupiter placement. Oh, and one other thing. When you come towards authority, don't be nervous. Because Jupiter is in Leo in the 8th house, they will give you inheritance. They will actually come to you also for advice. But if you, getting, nervous and dropping a pen and shit, and they're going to move on. Don't have confidence in yourself. Have confidence.
Because it's not.
You're going to have to practice.
Going to have to practice. Just practice, girl. I don't know. I'm a Capricorn sign. See, they lining up. They're going to work it out. They're going to get you in front of a shrink. And they can give you some Xanax. You therapy bae. You got to get bae in front of a doctor for that anxiety. Once you get her to get that anxiety under control, y'all straight.
Well, that's also subconsciously she has a part of her that's into dark psychology. Because Leo's in Jupiter, but it's in the 8th house.
Yeah.
So spirit.
Yeah.
But that's anyone else with a Jupiter placement that y'all want to say before BMORE getting into the aspects? Anyone else? Anyone else? Other aspects? Jupiters that they want to talk about their Jupiter and what placement and what zodiac sign? Let's see.
Therapy bae.
All right, I guess you can get started because we know Tyler ain't going to say shit.
Of course not.
He's a CIA agent. He never divulged any information about himself.
I know I'm about to block him because I don't know. He might be flagging my channel or something. I don't know. I don't know what he got going on. Block. Get him right out of here. I don't know what's going on with that man. Get him out of here. No, run him out of here.
Oh, you going into the aspects.
Okay. Jupiter.
Oh, it was about you.
And you know what's ironic? Their name is Dark Horse. You know how they be like a dark horse, you came in late?
All right, Jupiter in Pisces is a great placement. What house, though?
It's actually seen as very lucky. You do get a lot of breaks. You do get a lot of good luck. But because Pisces there with Neptune, maybe you don't see how lucky you are. And you can also be disregarding to the luck that you have. I do notice that about Jupiters and Pisces. They kind of step over opportunity in the lucky breaks that they have. They don't really see it because Pisces can deal with confusion and fog and delusion. So
that is the difference. Because Sag and Jupiters are always going.
They are very sure about.
They're gonna get their chances, but sometimes Pisces and Jupiter
confusing.
They get all of these chances, all these big breaks, but they be like, oh, I catch it on the next one.
Yeah.
So where house is your Jupiter in?
It depends.
Oh, Sunny said, Lord, that sounds like me.
I'm trying to remember Sunny's chart.
We're gonna look back in it later.
Yeah, I can't remember her chart off the top of my head. Some of yours I can. Hi, Dark Horse. It's okay. We just need your house.
Yeah, that's fine. No, that's good. You got it there on time.
You got hit right on time because he's actually about to slide on by.
Call, but I'm always on time. All right, let's see. What house? I think he's gonna.
I'm trying to find it. Yeah. He's still laughing at digital.
No, yeah, I actually like her chart.
Digital is fun
because she's like
neurotic,
neurotic friend. But it probably would be about, and again, inequalities of Venus is probably funny. And she also probably like really about the money too.
Yeah.
Do we have enough?
We have enough money. Oh my God.
I don't like to spend anything. I like to keep my budget.
Oh, you have an 11th house. So the 11th house deals with friendship. It deals with hopes and dreams, and so you can have an abundance of hopes and dreams, a lot of friends, and maybe you could be dismissive about how your friends, who your friend and who isn't your friend, and you might not understand who is and who isn't. And this also deals with being a black sheep, and so maybe you can be othered or ostracized from groups, or you're attracted to people who are othered, or they're kind of quirky and um kind of, I guess you could say, weird or bohemian. That's the nice way of saying it, bohemian, but they weird. You know, you like weird people, but you're not really sure, and so that happens a lot. But you also have issues with understanding where your sources of help comes from.
I'm glad you said that, because when she said there, understanding where your sources of help come from, that means you could also have friends that give you like a lot of good luck.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem with Pisces, you have to meditate and decipher, take your time to decipher who's really your friend and who isn't. And actually figuring that out gives you good luck.
Yeah.
If you can figure out who's truly your friend and who isn't, that gives you a lot of blessings as well.
Mm-hmm. So you really just have to see that. Where's your Neptune?
Yeah.
Where's Neptune?
That's a great point. Your Neptune, if it's dignified, this will give you a lot more.
We'll
help.
see. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, she's
Yeah.
very accurate.
Dark Horse, where's your Neptune? Digital B said that sound like me flaming up. Being a penny
I
picture.
can tell penny
Yeah.
picture. And
You
she
know
getting
what?
like, how much is that bottle? Thinking of a bottle of wine. How much is that bottle?
You know what, Digital B, we can go coupon together, because see, I coupon, so we will be out here getting them deals. Okay, don't play with me. Digital, get the shopping cart. It's not a game out here. It's not a game.
Oh, Neptune is in Capricorn.
Oh,
So that's
that means
that's a generational thing.
So he's a millennial. So because Neptune is there, it can be also a lack of boundaries in what is reality and what isn't. So like Neptune deals with. Oh shoot!
Oh,
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Neptune deals with creativity, imagination. It deals with different forms of reality, what is real and what isn't real. And because you have in a Capricorn deals with like a hardcore, real, physical, tangible reality in the 3D realm. And so maybe your imagination blurs the boundary between what is real and what is fake. And this also means that maybe authority figures and structures, you cannot see them clearly. So maybe there are authority figures who are in power who probably do offer you help, but you probably cannot see that.
We need to know what house your Neptune is in, because Capricorn and Neptune is a very tricky thing.
Yeah.
It's also about what to dissolve when it comes to authority figures, what boundaries not to listen to, and what boundaries to maintain. So we need to get the house to really be able to formulate what house is your Neptune in.
Yeah, because I can also see this as you being confused about your ambitions, or also losing resources. Like you're confused about resources, or you can lose resources a lot.
Especially if it's in the second house. Like if you have Neptune and Capricorn in the second house, that can deal with financial loss. But again, Dark Horse, take your time, but what house is your Neptune in?
Yeah, because they can get like a loss of ambition. They'll have a goal and then they'll lose it, even though they keep getting breaks with the Jupiter and Pisces. So it seems like your chart braced for this impact. Like we know you're gonna fumble, so we're gonna just give you Jupiter and Pisces, because you're not gonna see it anyway.
Right. Right. That means large groups can come. Oh, okay. So Dark Horse is
in the ninth house.
In the ninth house.
So again, the loss of faith, and because the ninth house is the domicile of Jupiter, and Jupiter is the ruler of Pisces. You can lose ambition. You can lose your confidence. It seems like you lose your confidence and your sense of faith really quickly.
Yeah.
Like you kind of don't see that you already did a lot. Like, or you're a hard worker, and then you kind of just drop the bag and then run away, and you already did a lot.
I think that's why this trend is going to be important for someone like Dark Horse too,
Mm-hmm.
to work on their intuition, meditate, and other things like that, so they can decipher through these things. Because if you can learn to build up your confidence and learn to trust your intuition, you will succeed. But if you keep doubting yourself, you're not going to. It's very critical and important that you trust your intuition.
Yeah, that's a lot of scary signs in here.
Well, that's the thing Pisces and Virgo have in common.
They do.
You know,
they do got that twitchy, scary energy.
Yeah, they can have that in common.
Yeah, poor dears.
In fact, Dark Horse and Digital won't hang out
Oh yeah, see, being digital, she laughing because she knows the truth. Cause I'd have had all of the coupons played out. She would have had the digital coupons. I had them. Girl, we would have been racking it up. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. And I'm gonna stand in line while you run out of line like a buffoon. Well, I got the 2 carts, and you just keep dumping it in there. You know, it's not a game.
Anyone else too? Anyone else if y'all want to do a Jupiter last call before we go into the aspects?
Out of curiosity, Dark Horse, where do you have Sagittarius? What house is your Sagittarius?
Also, while we're doing that, Steve wants to know what Mercury means while we wait for Dark Horse to put out information. Siblings, it deals with short travel. Mercury,
Yeah.
it deals with your form of communication.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Mercury and Cancer in the 7th house.
Emotional communications with others.
Right, you emote very well.
Yeah, you can have emotional communications with others, or your siblings can be hyper emotional.
But people can also misunderstand you because in the 7th house, that also that influence of the Libra and Taurus energy, depending on which one. He also has Jupiter in Libra in the 8th house. Because I think I remember Steve talked about like sometimes people not understanding what he's trying to
I actually feel like
say.
Well, Steve got Neptune in the 1st.
See that too.
So that people don't really see him clearly.
Yeah.
You know, they don't get it.
But Mercury in Cancer, you could be very intense communicator.
Yeah.
And in the 7th house, you know, that means also that a lot of partners interpret you that way.
Mm-hmm.
Jupiter in the 12th house.
That actually means lucky breaks.
That means very lucky
especially
breaks.
With like hidden enemies or undoing.
But that means you have to stay away from all forms of escapism with alcohol or drugs.
Yeah.
Like big no. But yeah, if you stay away from that stuff, Jupiter in 12th house could actually be really good for you.
Yeah, because Jupiter's in your 12th house in Capricorn. That means that people in authority or male authority figures will give you luck, or they can come in, or you can have luck and resources. You always have resources. Like somehow you can come out and use something that you already have. And Jupiter's in the 12th house. And again, because the 12th house and Jupiter, it expands how much resources you have. You really just have a lot, but you do have to be careful with drugs. So
yeah, stay away from drugs, please stay away from drugs.
Now you do have Jupiter there, which can give you a lucky break, but like let's not really. We shouldn't overextend what we got luck at.
There are people with Jupiter in the 12th house who exceed very well in life in spiritualism and philosophy, and then there's those that get caught up in drugs and they have to go through that.
Now the good thing is you have Capricorn there, which always checks in with reality.
That is good. You have some dose of reality there.
It actually puts a barrier on the whole druggy effect. He said he's about to go buy a half an ounce. See? But you gotta be careful. Like, you really should be careful. The Capricorn is there to help, but y'all, like, you know how y'all watch a show, you be like, dang, they got all these lucky breaks, and why they just keep going over there? Some people be wearing out their aspects, and sometimes you get a transit where the aspect that was helping you can't help you anymore.
Yeah, you have to use your intuition there though too, because it also could mean that's where your hidden enemies could come from too.
Yeah.
So you could get big breaks even by your enemies fucking up. That's a good thing. So that means like you get like if people try to do something to you and they be trying to be sneaky, but you use your intuition and you peep it, you get rewards. Yeah. But you can't be on. But see, you can't be on drugs though. you gotta be focused.
This also means that you're subconsciously ambitious.
Yeah.
Also restrictive. You can have a subconscious thing where you're very restrictive on people. You know, you can be very like, you know, I guess you could say straight-laced or very strict. So I can't imagine that being a lot of fun because
subconsciously hard on yourself too.
Yeah.
Capricorn
they're very hard on themselves, which makes it hard for other people to like interact with them because it doesn't stop with you, it exudes out. But that is where your undoing is. So you really should be careful with being overly critical and with yourself and overly judgmental of yourself, let alone with others.
Be very balanced, trust your intuition, and understand that if you peep these hidden enemies, you're gonna get major rewards.
Yeah. Dark Horse said that Sag is in the 9th house. Yeah, so sense of faith. Yeah, you have to be careful with that. You lose faith very quickly.
Don't lose faith, girl. Gotta hold on to it. Or guy.
Dark
Whichever
horse
one.
seemed like a boy. You know,
Okay.
should play a game to see if we can guess their gender. Guess their gender.
Also, we need to know where Saturn is placed.
Oh
for
yeah, where's
Blazer.
Saturn placed? P.
If your P Blazer, if your Saturn is dignified, then this makes it even more powerful for you to have Jupiter and Capricorn in the 12th house.
Yeah.
You know, because I think Capricorn and Jupiter, they have some similarities, but there is a bit of tension there too.
They kind of. Well, here's the thing: Jupiter again, the expansion without maturation.
Right.
And then Capricorn wants him to work hard to earn everything, but Jupiter's like, you don't have to work hard. We'll just give you to you in abundance.
It kind of like you got two married couples fighting a little bit.
Yeah. So it seems like you're being overly judgmental without any merit.
Saturn and Scorpio in the 11th house. Saturn loves being in the 11th house, but there is a dark tone to it with Scorpio being there. So that's a very very intense, actually.
It is, because Saturn being in Scorpio could mark the period where there can be a restriction on willpower, or there's a overly focus on willpower, or you heavily identify with willpower in the 11th house, and you have dreams about willpower, getting into power structures, or getting into power struggles and domination themes with other people. Yeah. So like there's like weird like almost like erotic sexual fantasies, or wanting to transform for scenes of power around that.
Friends groups too, and because you're in the 11th house,
so you can meet people who share these ideals about structure, power, and transformation, and like an abundance of this. And at effect, y'all kind of like almost share these themes. Like y'all actually sit around and talk about themes of power and structure and authority and ambition.
And you're really intense about it.
Very intense.
An example of someone with Scorpio and Saturn in Western astrology is the boxer Wilder.
Yeah.
And Wilder, y'all know Wilder's a very intense guy.
Personality.
Yeah.
You know. So that's interesting. Hi, Yemi.
What's up, Yemi?
But yeah, these are like very strong, intense themes about power and control and manipulation. And this can also deal with like having restrictions or issues with manipulation and group dynamics, you know, and sources of help, you know. Dark horse, I have Saturn in the 7th. If you have Saturn in the 7th, this could deal with
karmic relationships,
but it can also deal with themes around having a very strict marriage or relationships, or unhappy relationships, or you could just not be having a good time in these relationships because you see them as restrictive.
Or you could be attracted to people, disciplined people, like people who you may be attracted to authority figures.
That is true.
So if you're a man, you may be like attracted to women who are like police officers or business women or lawyers, or someone with some type of strict discipline, like a female judge or some shit like that. And if you're
people in power,
positions of power.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's a double-edged sword, because, like BMORE said, you can also feel stifled by these people too.
And it also depends on the zodiac signs. If you have like an ascendant or a 7th house that wants freedom, these are really they don't want the same things. So this can be very confusing and conflicting. I can only imagine for you to be around. The same thing with P Blazer, because it's in the 11th house and it deals with being your individualistic self and having elements of freedom. Saturn with restriction and being free in your dreams, or free and dealing with unusual, quirky people, that's a bit intense. And then Scorpio being there, which like adds a level of like having trust issues with friends and people in groups, or also feeling like the having trust issues in the idea of being a black sheep of the family. So, or like your parent or a authority figure not trusting you, or trusting you in your hopes and dreams. Like it deals with like things that some of these things aren't compatible.
But if Dark Horse is patient, you will find the people who are for you, because Saturn in the 7th house means you have to have patience. You have to have patience when it comes to lovers.
This could mean that there could be delay in marriage, or delay in finding a healthy relationship that it's comfortable for you.
But if you wait, it can mean you can have something long lasting though.
Yeah.
Like you can find like a good karmic relationship instead of a bad one. because not all karmic relationships are good.
See, I'm glad to catch y'all today. BMORE, I have been scared after listening to your last live. Why? Why are y'all scared? Why is all the scary signs
Well,
in
because
here?
the Aries ascendant thing and all this beef that's happening when we talked about Saturn and Pisces and all that transit stuff. And because she's a March baby, you know, she's worried like, is that going to?
Oh, are you gonna be
be
crazy like Scott Adams? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how your chart is set up. But long as you try to think before you speak and to be more cautious and think more, you should be fine. Because when Jupiter is anyway, if it touches your sun, that can mark a time for luck. So when the Jupiter and the sun comes around, it actually can bold to be very lucky, or can intensify how you identify with yourself, or you can have a lot more faith in your identity and yourself. This will also be a lot of luck. The only downside is usually when these two things come around, I do notice a lot of times people can be lackadaisical in taking advantage of any type of luck that they're going to get. So you can let a lucky or fortunate or like an opportunity or fortunate situation pass by without doing really anything to solidify it long term.
Also, it depends on what your ascendant is too. Remember, you have an Aries sun, but you can have an ascendant that for this transit helps you to be more patient and more
like,
harmonized.
For instance, like where's your Mars? What is the Mars doing? Is it in a sign that's dignified, or is it in a strong sign that it likes to be in? Because, like, for instance, if your Mars is in Cancer, which means it's a weak, it doesn't like that.
It's in its fall.
It's in its fall, but just say you have Jupiter there, which can intensify Mars-like things. It's going to be harder for you to get upset under these transits, which can be seen like a blessing.
Right, that's why
in comparison.
Detriments and falls don't mean you have
bad.
a bad chart.
It just depends what the chart's doing.
It could be holding you back from doing something stupid. So let's say if last lifetime in your previous incarnation you was a hothead, well, let's say you're Aries sun, but you have a Libra Mars. That's a gift and a blessing for you, because it's like the universe is like, okay, we're going to make this person more chilled out and think about their actions before they do things. So don't think of detriments and falls automatically as negative.
Think of it holistically in the chart. Like, what is it doing? You know, don't just pick something and then run with it.
Her ascendant in Leo.
Okay, not bad. Actually, that would be really good for this summer, because this summer we're going to have a Venus retrograde in Leo, which means that you probably could just make a lot of money.
Probably so.
You know, or be around a lot of money, but I don't think that that's bad. If your ascendant's there, it does make a
all eyes on you though.
Yeah,
people, you really stand out. Your presence when people see you.
It does make a positive or soft aspect to your ascendant. So I really need money now.
What's your moon?
I get you.
What's your moon sign, Yemi?
Yeah, Yemi, don't just pick things out the chart. You're going to drive yourself crazy. That's not how you read charts anyway.
It's a map. Remember, it's a map. Sometimes on the map, when they say don't go here, and you're like, damn, why can't I go here but other people can't? It's good that it's saying you can't.
Moon is in Cancer. So your moon is in domicile. That means it's a strong moon.
She got a strong sun and moon.
I feel like Yemi is a girl, but if you a boy, ay. Listen, I don't know what happens when some of the Cancer moon men, they be a terrorist. The girls be crying about y'all.
Well, what house is your sun and moon in? Because so far looking good.
Yeah, I'm a female. Okay. That's better.
BMORE prefer all the hot signs to be women than men.
No, because
she thinks men are just too much to handle.
No, I'm not saying that.
If they get that all that
I'm not saying that, but I do notice certain zodiacs. There's certain feminine zodiacs I feel like men handle better. Like, I do notice that, like, in general.
Well, you think men handle well, you see an issue with both, but I think you said that you prefer the Libra moon on men versus women. Or do you think they both?
They're both ashy, to be real.
But which one did you say for you? You've seen?
I
think you said Libra sun women were better, but Libra moon men were better. Something like
possibly, and I think because you see how Scott got caught anyway. He don't really have the kind of like the femininity manipulation thing on lock.
Right.
So it's easy to bust their shit up. See how he delusional? He came over there bullshit with that Libra moon, and then everybody just busted it up really quickly. Sometimes with the women, they run around a little bit longer, but the Libra sun women, they're less.
But you do that even with the birth chart, cause with the birth chart, if a guy have a hermit in the moon, BMORE be like, oh no,
oh no, oh no, no. Y'all have a blessed day.
No.
Cause I'm seeing, like, when I start to line up who all has it, and your little clique with all of this is giving.
But BMORE is learning that hermit and moon women are much
they ain't much better.
Tame. They're not much.
They just
tame.
quieter. That's why I wouldn't go over there with them either. But no, once I start to get your group together and your group all of them off the hook, all right now.
For those who are confused, hermit and moon men would be like Elvis, Bob Marley, Prince, Prince the singer. For women, it would be like Whitney Houston, you know.
All of them off the hook. Hey, King Hebrew.
What's up, King Hebrew? Prince little brother.
Moon is in Cancer. Do you know your house signs, Yemi?
Yeah, Yemi, do you know your house signs? Like, is it a second house, third house, fourth house, fifth house? Sean said, I'm a Libra moon, man. Laughing out loud, I try to stay balanced.
Your name is Sean. I know you be wearing them out. I know. I never met a male Sean that wasn't doing a lot.
I know if you're heterosexual or bi, whatever. But if you're heterosexual, like if you have a girlfriend, you know, your girlfriend be getting mad at you. Like, pick a side, Sean.
Yeah.
And you're like, wait, give me some time to think. Damn.
Wearing people out. That's what I'm saying. It's like, woo, all over the place.
Oh, Yemi, if your son in the first house, that's
actually good.
And Aries.
And it's Aries. That means it's in his domicile and it's in the house that it likes to be in.
So it's happy with you.
Yeah.
You got it in the place it wants to be.
Mm-hmm.
Jupiter in the fifth house can bring luck.
With lovers,
with
children,
creativity.
Yeah, play.
Jupiter likes being in the fifth house.
Yeah, going to like social events, being social.
But what zodiac sign is Jupiter in?
Yeah.
That's going to be important too.
I'm a Cancer moon.
That's good. Cancer likes to be there.
It likes to be there.
So that means you could do your spiritualism. You could connect with your ancestors. I know witchcraft.
Witchcraft is one of them.
It could be one of them. You could
Cooking.
Also. That means your mom may have been someone.
That's true. She might have had magic on her.
Yeah. So that means your mom was someone who's magical, probably a witch, whether she knew it or not.
Yeah. A Leo moon. Yeah, Dion, what's your Jupiter sign?
Yeah, Jupiter. What's your Jupiter sign? Let's see.
Exactly. Don't ask what I want to eat.
See, we know
but that's my.
You be making your girlfriends mad.
She
Cause you probably attracting girls who be like, so Sean, girl, whatever. I don't really care.
You know what? All I hear is Cardi B saying, "What was the reason? What was the reason?" Sean. Like, oh.
Sean, so why did you do that?
God.
They must be saying your name a lot. Sean.
But to be fair, wherever you have Libra is where they want you to make a choice. So emotionally, you have to learn how to make emotional decisions.
Yeah, you do.
You know?
That's for your own growth.
Your own growth, yeah.
Now, of course, don't let people rush you because having a Libra moon or
it is hard.
Libra anyway. You're supposed to take your time to make decisions.
Yeah.
So take a whole day if you need to.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, people are gonna be always trying to make you make quick decisions.
And you know what? If you think right now about where you want to eat out next, by the time you get there next week with your girl, you already know.
Yeah.
If you start today, like if you think today, and y'all laughing because that's like, dang, a week. No, seriously, for them Libras. If you start today, by the time y'all go out, you know where you want to eat. Just start thinking about it right now, even if it take you a week.
Have a little notebook and just write down your favorite restaurants and stuff like that.
Yeah, because y'all take forever.
Virgos also don't like to be rushed. We know digital. We know that people with Virgos.
Well, digital has a Libra sun.
Oh! Woo! You got a Libra sun and a Virgo with Venus. You definitely don't like to be rushed.
Yeah. Yeah. But if y'all start now, if y'all start on a decision that y'all know coming in a few days ahead, y'all should have the answer. So start now.
And to be fair, don't let people pressure y'all, because y'all supposed to be fair and balanced when it comes to decisions. But you do have to make a decision, but it has to be fair and just. So don't let people rush you, because you're supposed to hear all sides. So let's say someone says which restaurant is better, Crystals or White Castle. Y'all are the type of people who would go to both establishment, try the food, and then deliberate on it for a day or two. Y'all don't like to be rushed into decision making, and to be fair, y'all act like judges in your mind. So y'all supposed to take your time before y'all make a decision.
Yeah.
But a decision must be made nonetheless.
Yemi said that their Jupiter is in Leo, which is great. If your sun is in Aries and your Jupiter's in Leo, and then Jupiter's moving into your first house, going to touch your sun, that's very auspicious. That's a lot of luck thing, unless you got something else going on in that chart. But so far, you doing okay.
What put your number in?
Let's see.
For Yemi?
0. There you go.
See, there you go, Sean. Just make sure you have a list.
There you go.
Have a list of your favorite foods, so nobody can be like pressuring you.
Yeah, and you down to 2. So see, you already making headway, and if you can get it down to 1, she won't be mad at you.
Find out which one is first place and which one is second.
There you go. If you start now, you can get your answer.
Jupiter in the 4th house means you have really good luck with ancestors and with your family.
That means he's generous at home. That means he do a lot of stuff in the house.
Right.
Like if y'all date King, then he'll probably do stuff in the house.
Homebody.
Like a homebody that would do a lot of nice stuff in the house. Unless it's aspected weird.
It can't be afflicted though.
It can be.
But if it's not afflicted, Jupiter in the 4th house is very sweet.
Very sweet in the house.
What's your zodiac sign in Jupiter, King Hebrew? Also,
what she says, I have a Capricorn moon. That's in detriment.
Yeah.
That's not strong. So you got a weak sun and a weak moon. See, then you have to ask you where your Cancer is. Where's Cancer? Where's Saturn? Because some of your placements aren't strong. It's weak. It's a kind of there's a weakness there. Hopefully, digital. Hopefully your chart. It seems like your chart is reworking things to give you out somewhere else. So maybe it'll rework something.
It does seem like it's a rerouting type of chart.
What house is my Jupiter in? Hold on, Tay. Go to your chart.
Oh, he has Jupiter and Cancer in the 4th house.
Oh,
that's why he acts like a little biscuit.
That's a stay-at-home dad.
That is a stay-at-home dad placement.
That's Mr. Mom right there. Y'all better get in there quick while y'all can.
Digital, there you go.
Go get him, child.
Yeah, that means someone who has good luck at home, good luck with ancestors. Also learning your family history would be amazing for you. He a little kitchen witch.
Yeah. Probably could be a good cook. That's perfect. Y'all know you come home from work because you a CNA and you tired, you take your scrubs off, and then King cooking in there. That's what I'm saying. Y'all go get that. Go lock it down. Okay, Tasha, I see yours. You have Jupiter in Cancer, which is great because it's in exaltation. Jupiter loves to be in Cancer, and it's in your 6th house, which means that you can get luck at work, especially through women, taking care of other people. And if I remember correctly, you told me you work in a medical field, which is perfect because you can take care of other people in the 6th house. That's fine. This also means you can get lucky breaks with dealing with your health. So maybe you don't get sick as often, which is good because you work in the medical field anyway.
But Cancer also deals with what is hidden. So, but it being in Jupiter, you may be lucky with whatever is hidden. So maybe you get good breaks on figuring out what happened to people in the hospital or what's going on with your own body.
Almost like investigative.
Yeah.
Then what's good about Tay is that she has a moon in Cancer, and so that's great, and it conjuncts the Jupiter and the moon, which is really, 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 really great. I work in government. Oh, see, that's perfect. That's really, really perfect. And so all of these are really great aspects to flow together. So we did with Jupiter, and then I think Jupiter Sag is in the 10th and 11th house, which makes sense because it deals with authority figures and getting breaks at work and in your career. and getting like help. And then you have Pisces in the first and second house. So that means that you yourself will get lucky breaks, but then you also can financially get lucky breaks. The only downside is because you have a little bit of Pisces in the second house, you can lose money just as quickly as you get it. So you have to be careful.
As long as you trust your intuition, Pisces like it's not the same as Scorpio, because Scorpio you're gonna have wins and losses to for transformation.
Yeah.
With Pisces, you have losses if you don't trust your intuition.
Yep.
So you don't trust your intuition with anything that deals with the second house, you're gonna lose money.
Yeah, because Jupiter and the moon is there, that means you can be very generous to your family member. So here you go.
She put her email in there right now. Sunny, Jupiter and Pisces is a good placement. What house is it in? Sean said yesterday my boy wanted to know where we were going. I already knew where we were going. He's over plans too much. It gives me anxiety.
Boy, bye.
Sean, you funny. Sean like he over plans too much. So do you have your boy is a Virgo?
You know what?
Virgo people over plan.
Sean think he's slick. He dealing with it with an over planning, so he don't have to make no decisions. Sean, shut up. You know what? Shut up, because you think he's slick. He's being sneaky. A sneaky snook.
I think his boy, I don't know, but is he a Virgo with the over planning?
Probably a Pisces man. We'll see. We gotta see how his chart aspected. But you not slick, Sean. You went over there and you got somebody who can plan, so you don't have to come up with nothing.
Also, Jason, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Jason. My born date today. What's my chart? Well, honestly, Jason, I have to figure out. You have to give me more than that. That's not enough for me to.
Pisces sun in what house?
Yeah, that's not enough for me to figure that out.
Oh, okay, so Sunny has Pisces and Jupiter in the 6th house.
She has a Pisces sun in the 6th?
No, Jupiter and Pisces in the 6th house.
She, again, getting lucky breaks with health and medicine.
Service.
So she, and being of service
you
in charity.
Anything for other people in charity and stuff like that, you get a lot,
of help.
A lot of abundance.
Yeah, you can also get lucky breaks at work, and job hunting as well. But the only downside with the Jupiter, you don't see it. You don't see that you have a lot to go on. Because I remember doing Sunny's chart, and Sunny has it where she could, if she wanted to start something that deals with like working on antiques or like old vintage things, she could.
Also, Jason, text BMORE your date of birth and the time you was born and where you was born.
Yeah.
And she can let you know about your rising.
Yeah, you just
Another good website is AstroSeek. I'm gonna put that in there for y'all right now. AstroSeek.com will let you know your rising. So check it out.
Let me see. Yeah.
Oh, she said she just got a promotion.
Oh.
Sunny.
That's good.
Congratulations.
That's what I'm saying. Because when you have Pisces in the 6th house, that means job, or Tay, that the job hunting is good. Same with Tay. They both have it in the 6th house so they can get a job. You know, you can get, I know that sounds weird, but when you have Jupiter in the 6th house, like I can, because 6 deals with work, I can get a job, or it deals with health. Like you can get lucky breaks in health. It could be worse.
And that's a good thing in the sixth house. Like in the workplace, you have Jupiter in the 6th house in the workplace. That means you get a lot of promotions. So
it does.
Work hard.
I'm not gonna lie. Tay's chart is set up for work. Tay's chart is set up to like get up into like work. Like she can really like excel in work.
Oh, Sunny said, thanks, ladies. Pray for my temper. My boss is so mean.
Okay, Sunny, listen. I talked to you about that temper. You know,
especially in this transit, don't get into arguments with people during this transit. It's very important that you don't, because Saturn is going to reward people who do conflict resolutions, and people who don't get into arguments. You're going to get rewards. So be careful during this transit. Don't get into an argument with your boss. Don't get into an argument with your spouse. Don't get into an argument with your kids. Figure out how to deal with these things harmoniously.
And Sunny, if I remember correctly, your Mars is in Taurus, so it means it's in detriment. It's not strong, which probably will help you with that temper you got, because you got a temper. That's probably why I gave you a weak Mars.
See, that means you was off the hook in the previous lifetime.
Probably.
You was cutting them up in the previous lifetime.
Probably.
Also, anybody else? Let me see. Meet Joseph Black. Meet Joseph Black as well. You can go to AstroSeek to know what your rising is by putting in your time of birth, or you can also text BMORE, and she will be able to do that for you, so you can know what your rising is.
Yeah, because if you text me your date of birth, your time of birth, and your location, I can find it for you. Especially if you don't know nothing. If you're like green, just text me your date of birth. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Oh, you're welcome, Sunny.
Time and location.
Also, I think Dion said he had Capricorn in the 7th house. It kind of brings up similar things what we said about Saturn in the 7th house about attraction to maybe some form of authority figures.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, attraction to authority figures, but also delays in relationship or dating people older than you. Let's see. I'm trying. Keep trying, Sunny. What if we have Jupiter and Pisces? Dang, there's a lot of lucky Negroes in the chat. Again, what we said earlier, Alicia, you get a lot of luck, you just don't see it. You don't feel like you're lucky, but you are.
You have to be as confident in your luck as Sagittarius, people who have Sagittarius and Jupiter.
I am.
Also, let me see, Jason. Let me put in your thing real quick.
Jason didn't put his year though.
He 1982.
Okay.
Let me see, AstroSeek.
That was older. Yeah. So you like older women or women in some type of authority.
Women who are mature.
Or like, yeah, if they have like maturity or they like in charge, they have like power, you kind of like that. What's my money chart? Jason, that's not how that works.
Jason, I can tell when I saw that fitted on your head, I knew he was about to come in with the money talk.
Well, Jason is a Pisces, so he's about to cut up.
Yeah, he's about to. Now, what my pocket's looking like? I ain't fuck all this relationship, spiritual work and stuff. What my paper looking like? All right, let's see. February 26th at 9:01.
I do notice that y'all, Jupiter and Pisces, y'all kind of sometimes discard luck without seeing it. And if you want to, Alicia, if you look where you have Neptune and you look where you have Sag, that kind of tell you where specifically maybe you be kind of throwing out luck out the window and you don't really pay attention to it.
Yeah, and also Pisces and Jupiter people, don't be insecure, be confident.
Be confident, you know, you have luck, you know.
Let me see.
You're fine.
Jason said,
mature, but no boss chick
running me. Hell no. Well, you gotta remember, everyone's different. So let's say if you have Capricorn in the 8th house, that will be guys who will be into women who are authority figures, women who sometimes play boss. They'll be into that. Well, even if they complain about it,
or maybe they want to get into like BDSM, where even if they're not older, you want to play with power dynamics and sex.
Right.
So maybe you have sex and one person is in entire control and you are not.
And to be fair, Jason, you may have something different.
Yeah.
You may have a different zodiac sign in the 8th house, in the 7th house, and in the 5th house where that's not really your thing.
That's not my thing.
But for other men,
that's their thing.
If they got Capricorn in any of those 3 placements, that's gonna be
that's what they like, you know. And that's when we have to mind our business, you know. Just let them get domed, because that's really what it's giving domination themes. You know, I just don't like being manipulated. It's not manipulation, Dion. It's you wanting to be in power dynamics with people. So you like women who have power. It doesn't mean that they're mean. We didn't say mean or a bitch. We said women who have power.
But some women in power can do power plays though.
Yeah.
So you're not like Topaz. Topaz like
mean
mental manipulation. He like
whatever Topaz is.
Manipulation games.
Yeah.
You just like, I guess, physical, straightforward, dominant type woman.
Reliable.
Right.
You know. And that's
But
okay.
Topaz was into
Topaz
that.
about to date a criminal. Cause I'm gonna be real, I could see Topaz holding down a jailbird. Y'all pray for Topaz.
Topaz was into
Wherever,
to that Game of Thrones shit.
wherever baby at. Cause he in the Bahamas. Y'all pray for Topaz.
Topaz like that shit.
See?
So everybody's different. Isn't it true? Everybody's different.
Mm-hmm. But y'all pray for Topaz, cause
Topaz like, yeah, I like the mental games.
I see it.
The more you try to manipulate me, yeah.
Oh my God, I can't believe you robbed me. So
and then he said, but I saw it coming.
I wanna go out. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, dang, you got robbed by chrysanthemum again?
Mm-hmm. She got you again?
Love it, child. Y'all take all his money.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see.
Yeah, Topaz. See, Topaz got a different chart than you.
Yeah, he like
all that. You know what? I can see Topaz with a city girl or city boy. They just scamming
him.
Scamming.
But he likes them to be intelligent. So like if JT had a high IQ
and was stealing his credit cards,
yeah, that would turn him on.
If he got a smart JT and JT was stealing his credit, because she had that credit card scam.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Woo, child, he could have got her pregnant.
Yeah, that's what he's into.
He like all that.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all that's why I said y'all keep Topaz lifted in prayer.
Yeah, please.
Because he might the baby mother might go to jail and he gotta watch the baby alone till they get out. He gotta pull a papoose. You gotta watch the babies. So yeah, y'all pray for Topaz because he's going through it.
Now y'all gotta find though to be real, y'all gotta find healthy versions. Of what to your own.
Yeah.
Y'all have to find healthy versions.
And I'm gonna be real, role play is always an option. I don't know why y'all don't ever go there first before getting done bad. I don't get it. You
gotta be wise. Because we was telling Topaz like, I mean, I don't fuck with the FBI and stuff like that, but for him, he need a girl who work in the FBI, who got secrets, playing games with him,
mm-hmm.
Or like someone doing something where he ain't gonna get robbed.
Yeah, I agree.
So he gonna have to find some a citizen who
I don't know
who's doing it in the right way.
He gotta figure it out. But y'all
doing it in a legal way.
Y'all keep cousin lifted in prayer.
He needs to find legal criminals. like someone who works in the stock market.
You mean a lawyer?
A lawyer, something like that.
A stockbroker.
Babe, I can't tell you about my case. Why not? Like someone he could do that whole foreplay.
Yeah.
Yami said can Aries and Taurus relationship work?
Depends what's in the rest of the chart, Yami. It depends. If we just going on sun signs, that's not enough. You would have to, because there's charts that you can do for synastry to see how compatible people are. Just on the ego alone, I could see y'all getting into standoffs. Mm-hmm. And to probably a lot of fights.
But like she said,
it really depends.
Matters.
Like if you have an Aries sun and it's in your first house, that's a very strong placement. And Jupiter's coming. The person you're with Taurus, you need to see where their Venus is and what it's doing. But I can see y'all getting into a lot of arguments. It's not saying it won't work, but you have to see what the Mars and Venus are doing and how the chart is flowing together with just one person. Because you see how we're seeing how just each individual in the chat, their chart is flowing together.
Okay.
Fine. But now you have to see how both of y'all charts flow together as a couple. A lot of arguing. Yes, I can imagine that being so. Y'all have a very Taurus and Aries have a very strong sun placement. It's not a weak
animals.
Yeah, it's not a weak sun. So I can see y'all getting into a lot. It's not like an Aries is with a Libra or Taurus is with the Libra. Y'all are going to get into a lot of arguments.
Because if you was arguing with a Libra sun, he or she would be like, okay,
whatever.
Or they lie just to appease
you ain't dating Sean.
Yeah,
Sean Vanity be like, girl,
Sean be like,
I'm still trying to figure out if we eat a Mexican or not.
Sean said, I don't know what was right. You're not giving me time to think.
Leave me alone.
But a Taurus sun is like, nah, they getting in the ring with you.
Yeah, they getting in the ring with you.
They get in the ring with you.
Yeah, you ain't dating a Libra.
You have to go to AstroSeek Synastry. And see what your
that can help you.
Is. It will help you to
get the vibe
where you're at. Now, Jason from Connecticut has a Pisces sun in the 5th house and the moon in Aries in the 6th house.
Pisces sun, 5th house, moon, Aries, where?
6th house.
Okay. Okay. What's the rising?
The rising is let's see what your rising is. Cancer.
Sean.
No. Libra. My bad. Libra.
Okay.
His ascendant is Libra, so he has a Libra ascendant, and he has a Pisces sun and an Aries moon.
Okay.
So that's.
So let's just start off with your sun. Your sun is in Pisces, so you do a lot of creative play. It's in the 5th house. You can also have a lot of confusion and deception in lovers. So you could either be manipulative with lovers, or maybe you could have lovers that are running games or being slick with you, or having lovers that are creative, that are mystical. But you kind of have like a eccentric thing. I can see you getting a lot of women, or maybe a lot of women are pulling you.
Look, he said that in the chat. He said us Pisces men get the most chicks. That's that Aries moon.
That is that Aries moon. Where does he have Neptune?
Okay, let's see where his Neptune is.
Capricorn.
His Neptune is in Sagittarius in the 3rd house.
Okay, so element of freedom and not wanting to be heavily tied down. This can also deal with forms of delusion about what freedom is. You said it's in what house?
His Neptune's in the 3rd house.
Okay, so confusion around family members. So we have your family members can, or your siblings in particular in your early childhood, could deal with high education, being very religious. But with Neptune there's a sense of delusion or not being able to see, or like fantasy. So people can be like teachers, they can be philosophers, they can be writers, and they can go into these things, or preachers and stuff like that. But there's a level of deception in like the idea of faith and where your faith is tied to.
Yeah, that's also can mean confusion with neighbors too.
Yeah, confusion with neighbors, confusion with your siblings, arguing with siblings. But yeah, this can deal with your spirituality and intuition and the wishful thinking
also,
or illusions.
Jason is a hot mess. He is very intense. He got 4 planets in his ascendant.
What is in it? Let me see the chart.
He got Saturn.
Give it to me.
He got Pluto. He got a lot going on.
All right, we'll start with
all in Libra.
We'll start with
one
the
in
sun.
Scorpio. He has one in Scorpio too.
He also has a Grand Cross, but we'll get into that later. Neptune in the 3rd. Then when we deal with Jupiter, you have Jupiter in the 1st. So sometimes the delusion deals with the self and deals with enemies and people not seeing you. Sometimes you could be sneaky and anemic yourself. You could be sneaky and deceptive.
You also have power plays
in there.
You have
authority and domination themes.
Also, you have a Mars in the 12th house, meaning your previous lifetime you could have died a violent death.
He has Mars in the 1st.
Is it the 1st? Conjunct?
It's in the 1st. That means his Mars is weak, and you know what? It's a blessing for that, because you got a lot of power play dynamics that you get into people. You really want to get into domination themes, and then since your moon is in Aries, you do like very strong and robust women, and women who are emotionally strong too, because you want to get into these power play dynamics.
That means your mother probably was strong.
Yeah.
A strong, like, warrior type.
Yeah,
female.
Because you want to work out a lot of these domination things with other women, other family members.
Sorry to break it to you too, but Mars in Libra means you like women who have some type of aggression.
But he's aggressive. Look at that.
I know. He's
Jupiter, Saturn, Pluto, Mars in the 1st house. You're aggressive, so you want to have wild, aggressive, butt-naked sex. And because you have what you have in the 8th house, you like all of that scam and manipulation energy.
Yeah.
You can say what you want, but that's what you like. And you like Venus and Capricorn. Man, somebody could rob you. This is giving Topaz sibling, but just aggressive.
I don't know. You're right, because I have...
Cause somebody could rob you, slap you. You gonna go right on over there. You ain't got no sense. Move. Okay, Topaz is 1st, but Jason might be next for prayer.
Jason, you like to play games too.
You play games, but you like when people play games with you.
He also has Jupiter and Scorpio.
Yeah.
In the 1st house, Jupiter, Pluto, Saturn. It is a lot in there.
Yeah.
Mars. Woo.
Like these weird it's power play games. You have a theme of power play.
You can also be a bit manipulative in language.
You
have Lilith in the 3rd house.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. He's very manipulative. That's why when he
this
said
is
nobody.
Topaz's brother.
This is Topaz's brother. Except for Topaz, getting lied to. Topaz don't want to lie back. He want to be lied to.
Right.
Jason want to be lied to and want to lie back. And he say nobody ain't doing that. I don't trust you. I'm looking at your chart. You a liar.
Jason said pimp talk. He said it's pimp talk.
Y'all see the quick turnaround? So when Jason couldn't scam, he gonna say nobody ain't doing that. Then gonna say pimp talk. Total misdirection. Scam artist.
Jason, your pimp talk comes from Lilith in the third house. And because you have Sagittarius in there, so you like to play word games with women.
Yup.
And
scam artist.
The difference is, at least Topaz does admit to it. He's
Yeah,
like, yeah,
I get it.
He said, I used to lie.
All right.
He said, whatever. But you out here talking about pimp talk.
He gonna say ain't nobody doing that. You are doing that, sir. I'm looking at your chart. You're lying. Lord.
Yeah, you do a lot of pimp talking.
I admit it. See?
Yeah, because your chart, Lilith in the third house means you're manipulative in communication.
And you like to get in a power play. You know what? You would actually, I'm going to be honest, you probably would do well if without you being a creep, but if you can get into power play dynamics in your sexual life in a healthy way, because you don't want to go to jail for people saying you took advantage of them, and you know what I mean. But if you could find something, you could work out a lot of this energy.
If you find a girl who's into that, you
might be. It'll take some of this off for you, you know, and role playing. You know, it could take some of this hot energy off
Mars,
you.
Jupiter, and Saturn in retrograde.
It's probably because
Pluto.
It's a looping. It's a looping effect.
And so the learning lessons here.
Keeps having to learn.
But this is a lot of combustible energy.
Yeah.
If you use it the right way, you could be very successful in life.
Mhm.
You can even get into politics.
Yeah.
Because you have Neptune in the third house as well. If that means you could be a manipulative, creative, imaginative speaker.
Yeah.
But if you don't delude yourself. See, the trick is if you start to believe in the bullshit you're saying, then you get lost yourself. He also has a Venus in the fourth house in Capricorn. So that's that work play.
That's what I'm saying.
That means he likes to bag them at work.
He do like to bag them at work or want to work with them. So after he did all of this, he was like, all right, let's work together. And I do notice when people have Venus and Capricorn, they like to get robbed and slept up too. So it's going both ways. That's why you desire that whole Aries, that strong energy. You know, and maybe you can be emotionally dishonest because the moon is opposing your first house. So
you do have an interesting chart, though.
It is very interesting.
It's a lot going on.
It is a lot.
And then it's like you still desire some form of family and love because, and this goes into this too, because he has Cancer in his MC in his North Node.
Yeah.
So that means
he wants to settle down.
Family work.
After tearing up everything, I would like to sit down at some point. You know,
I would like to retire at some point.
Yeah.
He has Mercury in Aquarius in the fourth house, so that means an unorthodox family.
Mhm.
And an unorthodox way of communicating. It means he probably traveled a lot too.
I can see that. But I'm still putting him on the sick and shut-in list. He got too much going on. All right, so who's next?
I think we had who put up there? Oh, Dice Iverson, May 1st, 1982. Oh, we getting 82 babies. 10:45 a.m. Memphis, Tennessee. Okay, so I'll put that in next. Let's see. I'm just gonna wait for it. Okay, May 1st.
Okay, let's see. Yemi says we're emotional, but we work. I'm sure y'all probably scratching every hair out each other damn head. Majestic Tillman, where did you guys learn to read charts? Honestly, I just read a lot. Like I just picked up books and I just read and I just figured it out. I didn't take any classes. I went and just read a lot of books.
The great thing about astrology, if you take your time and if you study it, you will gain a lot of knowledge.
Yeah, you just have to take your time and deeply study.
Especially if you already have self-studying in your chart.
Yeah, some
So
people do have self-study in their chart. If you do not, you probably would need a class. And that's if, because some people's charts are built like that. They can't just sit down and read a book and they'll learn it. They just don't have that. And it's just fine. You
yeah,
know,
because it's fine because everybody's different.
everybody's different.
So for BMORE and I, we just self studied
Yeah.
and we exchanged information with each other.
Mm-hmm.
And we self study with great practitioners online. There's a
Yeah,
lot
we
of
look
people who
up
are
different astrologers because there's different techniques. There's different
books,
types. You can learn horary, binaural,
Hellenistic,
solar charts, lunar charts. There's a lot of stuff. Hellenistic,
Vedic.
astrologic, Vedic. There's a lot of different techniques and different things you can do. So there's also mundane astrology. There's some people who do astrology that's just for finances. They don't do it at anything else. They just do money. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some people do synastry charts where they do relationships with other people all day, every day. It just really depends. Some people do astro psychology, where they mix psychology in with astrology. It's a big field.
A lot of mythology is added in this stuff. A lot of beautiful stories.
So it really just depends, you know. But if you just keep studying and reading. Now, if you don't have it like that to like actually sit down with a book and study and read, that's fine. I would suggest you to find different classes you can take, different techniques that you can learn. Because when you learn different techniques, you can see which ones you like and which ones you don't like.
Yeah, I like Vedic and Western. I think they both end up saying the same thing in different ways, though. But you have to follow the rules of each system. Once you learn the rules of each system, then you can add your own little thing.
Yeah.
But you have to learn the foundation first.
Before you experiment.
Dice Iverson has a Taurus sun in the 10th house.
Which is good.
He has a Cancer rising, and his North Node is on his ascendant.
Mm-hmm.
His moon is in Leo in the 2nd house.
Let me see.
What's your thoughts?
10th house, Venus in the 9th. Okay, so if Venus is in Pisces and your sun is in Taurus, that is good. Again, having a sense of purpose and faith and love can help support your identity, can help support who you are as a person. It gives you authority. It's almost like your love life is highly tied to your identity, and your faith in life is highly tied to your identity.
You also got Lilith in Sag in the 6th house, so that's work and service.
Work and service, spiritual authority, or confusion around work in weird dynamics.
Could be religious service.
Or yeah, I can see that. Also, we have Cancer on the rising, but Cancer's in the 2nd house. So, and then your North Node is in 12th. So dealing with themes from your past life where your family owns things, possession of children, possession of luck, possession of personality, faith, creativity, play, isn't in your ascendant. You're heavily tied to that. You're emotionally tied to dynamics with family, children, kids, lovers, being romantic. Let's see. Sun is in the 10th house. So yeah, you kind of low key that's low key a lover boy, because if Leo is in the 2nd house when the moon is there, but his sun is in Taurus in the 10th, and then his Venus in Pisces, and his ascendant is Cancer, they're a lover boy.
Mm-hmm.
They like being in love.
Like the idea
Quiet,
of love.
yeah, quiet, romantic. It's a romantic.
Also, Sean wanted to remind us that he's a Libra moon, not a Libra sun. He has a Taurus sun, so he said
I understand.
He said he got some fight in him.
Okay.
Okay, he set the record straight. He said, I got some fight in me. I'm not just a walkover. People just don't be walking over me.
Yeah. But no, this is Dice is a chart of a lover boy.
Also makes sense why you like R&B, and even I think his girlfriend
Dice
does R&B singer.
I can see that. Yeah, Dice likes to be in love, and it's nice that we have people that's in love without getting their hair ripped out. Cause some of y'all in the chat is crazy. Okay, Yemi says, BMORE, is it possible to get accurate reading even without the exact time of birth? I'm going to say the type that I do, I'm going to say no. And I honestly am not going to see many of them that are going to do that. There's a few systems that I think allow for time not being the focus. But for what you're trying to do, it can be a bit of a stretch. It seems like you might not know your partner's time of birth. So it's kind of hard to do that without the time. You can get some general vibes of like how the planets are interacting, but when we get into like certain house placements, like houses that rule, because the houses tell you where things at, like a physical locality.
There's certain practitioners though who can find out what time you was born.
Yeah, they do specialize and stuff like that. Like I only just know one is born in the later hours of the day. Okay, I've done a guest about someone's hours. I think I was only off by one zodiac sign, but that rising. So that person ended up being a Scorpio rising, and I had them pegged as a Sagittarius rising. So I can get very close to it if I concentrate, but it's not my specialty. And I really want to be the best. There's some people who are really, really good. They're really good at that, finding people's stuff who don't have times. I think the most I have been off is like one zodiac sign and trying to guess when a person was born.
I got some people time right, but I don't. I prefer, like she, BMORE said, going to a practitioner
Who's
who
really
knows
good
how
at it.
They do the calculation to
Yeah.
see what time you were born.
Let's see. March 25, 1991. I only know I was born in the evening in Lagos, Nigeria. Okay, the only reason why I say it can get hard, Yemi, is because we're having 2 hour windows. If you can guess within a 2 hour ballpark, you might can get very close to when your ascendant might be. So like if you say I was born between like maybe 6, maybe 8, you can ballpark when in general sense. You might not get an accurate sense, but you can get a generalized sense what your ascendant might be. So then like if you say I was born between 7 and 8, maybe your ascendant is a Leo or I don't know, a Virgo. But you can get very close in the ballpark. You might not get accurate, but you can get ballparky. So it really just depends. Let's see. Thank you. May 2nd, 1989, 5:55 a.m. Naples, Florida. That is Alicia.
Ooh, we got some times in here.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna open up. I'm gonna go and switch this one up.
You want to?
Yeah, I'm gonna switch this one up.
Okay.
I can do Alicia's too and Sean. We
All
got a lot of
right.
May babies in here.
It is a lot of Taurus energy. Listening to y'all really helps me learn. Majestic says makes sense. Us Pisces men love water sign women.
He doing it again.
Doing it again. That's all right, Jason. We know you just being yourself.
We know you being yourself, Jason.
Sean says May 13th, 1992, 8:51, Regal Park, New York. I love seeing all the Taurus suns in yeah, it is a lot of Taurus. It's like Taurus and Pisces like dominating the thing. Okay. And then Yemi says maybe around 5. See, you might can ballpark it. And we'll see what we get, you know. It might not be the most accurate. Because I do have some people who I have done a reading for. They didn't have a rising, so I couldn't be as accurate. And they didn't really know a ballpark time where I could ballpark it. It's not impossible, but it just, there's a lot of information that's left out. And most of the time what people would do, Yemi, they would do what is called a noonday chart. So they would just put the chart at noon because you don't know. It's 12 hours on either side. So, let's see. Let's see. Here go Jason. And that's all I know how to be. I'm like, woo, child.
Alright.
You got it?
Yeah, I'm just putting in Alicia's. $19.98. I think so far you're the youngest one in the chat. So far.
She is. But that's what she said. She said I'm showing how young I am. I'm like, it's okay. You would actually be considered like an older Xer. Not Xer, a Zer.
You're a Gen Zer.
Yeah, she's like older though.
Shout out to Gen Zers.
An older one.
Okay. For
Is this Alicia's?
mm-hmm.
Okay.
Taurus sun in the first house.
She's very strong.
Moon and Cancer in the fourth house. Witch.
She's very strong. Witch.
You got an ancestry of magic. For sure. And a crescent moon. Fighting evil by moonlight. Winning love by daylight.
Oh.
Never running from a real fight. She is the one named Alicia.
See, the only thing is, which is really good for Alicia, she has Saturn in the first, but the Saturn is in Aries, which is weak. Then she has Sun and Mars together, but the Mars in Taurus is weak too. Something about your willpower is kind of like weakened though. That's the only problem.
Mixed results because Taurus and Sun, right?
Yeah, but Mars is in detriment.
Oh, it's conjunct?
Yeah. She has a willpower issue. Like there's an inner willpower issue emotionally that she struggles with.
Also, Aries and Saturn.
That's in detriment.
Yeah, Saturn doesn't like to be
impulsive.
Doesn't like to be rushed.
But the good thing is that she has Jupiter and Venus conjunct in Pisces. So again, finding love, again finding hope again. She should do good at that. But there's certain parts about her willpower that's not robust.
Also, you kind of into you're into partners with that dark and light energy. You really into that. Because you got Scorpio in the 7th house. And then the 8th house, you got Sag.
Yeah, she has Pluto in the 8th house. Again, transformation through partners. Having them,
and transformation through sex.
Through sex, they have to give you like a sense of the will to go on. Your partner is very important for you. They actually help to fortify your willpower. So let's see. This is definitely true. I struggle with it often. Yeah, it's a confidence issue, and it's just in your chart. You do get lucky breaks. You get a lot of them. So they give you a chance to do over and over and over.
A chance to fix that.
Yeah. So it's not horrible, but you do have a willpower issue.
Is there anything in that cup, BMORE? The one up there?
This one?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
You thirsty?
Mine? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's full? Okay, great.
It is really full.
Great. Ooh, nice.
Why are you drinking out that like a hillbilly? Fine. But that's your main issue, Alicia, is you have an issue with willpower, but you do like dark erotic partners and partners that do,
is there.
Yeah, partners that play into sexual themes that, because if Scorpio, the way you have all the power at, you like to deal with partners that are more dominant than you. So it seems like you'll get the willpower by way of the partnership. You share it with them.
But be very careful who you choose to be your partner.
Yeah.
You want someone who's gonna help you transform, not break you.
Not break you, yeah. So let's see. Is it weird I text my lady I would like to be dominated? No. No, you actually, like, I think it's very important that people are sexually compatible. And you should have conversations about what you're into. She just asked me, what do I mean? You would sit down and talk to her about what you're actually into. Be honest, be like, I want to get into dynamics maybe where you take the lead in maybe the sexual encounter,
Give her some examples.
Give her examples, or have her
female archetypes.
Yeah, things that you're into.
You could be like it could be like tell her like a role play like she's a judge.
And or like she your boss, and then you gotta fool around for work. Like, actually be honest. Just open up about what you're into.
Also, we have Sean here. Sean has Taurus in the 6th house and Libra in the 11th house. He has what else he has that we want to mention? He has a Sagittarius ascendant. Oh, you want to pour some too?
Yeah.
There you go.
All right.
Try to put me on blast. Sean has an ascendant in Sagittarius, and the ruler is Jupiter. And Jupiter is in Virgo in the 9th house, so mixed results.
Jupiter isn't strong there. Can I see
Yeah,
it?
but it's strong in the 9th house, so mixed results.
It is.
Mixed results for you. If your Mercury, though, is dignified, it can still come out a major win.
Mercury is in Taurus. So it's kind of like...
So it's mixed results this all the way through.
Yeah, it's kind of like iffy. I wonder why, Sean is kind of just like...
You like, I'm just relaxed.
Lukewarm at best. Because some of his placements are kind of like...
Come on, baby, like my fire.
But no, he has it where... Let's see. If his moon is in the 11th house, you hopes and dreams and what you care about. It's heavily tied to others and your friendships and your social network. Sean is very sociable. Sean likes to work. His sun is in the 6th house. And it looks like, no, that's a bit of extreme, but he loves to work.
What's up, Rex?
And let's see.
Where's his Lilith at?
Lilith is in
the second
Aquarius
house.
In the 2nd house. So being possessive, and it's conjunct Saturn.
And that means you like quirky
You know
sex.
what? Quietly, he does like to be dominant and possessive. That whole I can't pick Chinese or Mexican is a farce. Because look at this.
Right. Deep down inside, you do want to be dominant.
You do.
Because with your Lilith and Aquarius. But you also like things that are offbeat. Like, I guess, sexual things that you're into that may not be mainstream. With the Aquarius part there, because Aquarius deals with anything that is considered not the norm.
Yeah, I feel like maybe it's like some type of restriction in language or communication, or like sexual power themes that fall in line with that.
Right.
Because he has a subconscious power play thing going on.
Is that conjunct to Saturn?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
So that means it does go into the
power.
3rd house.
Yeah. So, like, communicating, like, restricting people's speech and income. Like, Sean has that. Like, he has, like, a... That's what I said. That's fake.
Yeah, you
have that faking it.
You have Lilith conjunct to Saturn.
Yeah.
Although Aquarius is well placed in Saturn. But when you have Saturn and Aquarius, you have to know when to maintain the old and when to renew it, transform it, update it.
That's why I'm so passive aggressive. You would be less passive aggressive if you just let your aggressive side out at some point.
Yeah.
You're passive aggressive because you keep sitting on it.
Tell your girl you want to beat her. I don't know. Something.
Because it sounds like you want to L her out a little bit.
And just tell her to a safe word, So when y'all talking that shit, you like, bitch, don't talk to me like that. And then, okay, she said if she thinks it's too much, y'all know, let her have a safe word or something,
Because it sounds like you wanted to get a little rough with her.
You want to talk a little tough, too.
Yeah, you actually want to talk trash back to her, but you kind of struggle. That's why you're so passive-aggressive. That's probably why y'all keep getting into arguments. You have to just be honest. Dion is honest. He's working on something right now. Y'all just be honest. I feel like if you can't be honest in these types of ways about what you're into, you have a bigger issue than whatever the sexual desire is. That's a bigger issue. If I can't even tell you what I like, then we're in trouble.
And I understand because, Lilith is for survival and also what is hidden. But if you really like this girl and y'all really get along, you got to let her know that sometimes you want to...
Sometimes I want to call you a bitch.
Right.
And are you okay with that?
Right. And then, again, every time you do these type of things, though, you have to have a safe word.
Yeah. Y'all have to work out some rules and things like that. But you just have to be honest. Be like, look, I want to break you, but just a teeny bit, It's not like...
With your consent.
With consent. There you go, consent. You have to be honest, dear. Because you're going to be unhappy. You're going to keep being passive-aggressive. Y'all going to keep getting into arguments.
Mm-hmm.
Just be honest. You're going to feel unfulfilled. She's going to feel unfulfilled. You want to be with people who understand who you are.
Yeah, you want to be a smartass sometimes, too,
Yeah.
with that Aquarius and Lilith.
And so Taurus deals with sarcasm.
Yeah.
Can you hand me that, dear?
This one?
No, that one.
what else we have here. Mm. Oh yeah, he's also, since you're 92, baby, you have the generational Capricorn and Neptune and Uranus. So you really can sometimes get irritated with the establishment. Sean is very anti-establishment.
He is.
We're not gonna take it. No, we ain't gonna take it. Let's see. He also has Gemini in the 7th house. So he could be into very communicative partners.
Yeah, he wants to get into like word things.
Yeah.
He actually wants to get into like psychological verbal games.
Yeah, with his
and there's
partner.
actually a lot of y'all in here that are into that based off of y'all charts. So yeah. Yeah, I'm tired. I was in rock bands in high school. Yeah.
See?
Yeah, Sean
That's
likes
when you
that.
was trying to get your aggression
Should
out there.
get the aggression out.
But you also need to vocalize it with her.
You do.
Because when Lilith is there, that means that's a sexual desire too, not just the,
it's also
art.
Pluto and Scorpio. And then there's a Taurus thing too. So these are dealing with highly sexually charged aspects. Honestly, Sean, you kind of got some certain levels of sexual repression going on.
Yeah.
You should just be honest.
Pluto in the 12th house, that's your subconscious too, with a lot of dark themes.
You know, so you don't want to be sexually repressed. Those men are usually angry, and I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if y'all seen how these sexually repressed men been moving around, and they're usually crazy. They're crazy online, they're crazy in public, you know.
That's even how good guys become crazy.
That is.
Like you have a moment when you do something kind of stupid, it's because you have to allow that sexual energy to be free with somebody.
You do.
You cannot keep it pent up forever. If women too passive or let me cheat, I'm trying.
That's not what you're trying to get, though. You don't really want to cheat on your partner, and you don't want them to be passive. You want somebody that has the power.
You want somebody to fight with. That's what Pluto in the 12th house, when you want a give and take. You want a struggle.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, to be with content. I mean, for it to be consensual.
And it's a lot of y'all. I do notice it's a lot of the boys in the chat, based off of that chart. They want to get into these power play dynamics with women. You just have to find a woman that's into those things.
Mm-hmm.
While also y'all also want to, usually y'all also have a theme of wanting to settle down. So you want to find a woman that are into these power play dynamics sexually as well.
And for y'all to have an unorthodox family too.
That too.
You know, but again, you can only get the things you want that you truly ask for and be honest with. You're never gonna get them if you're not honest with whoever you're sleeping with at night.
That's true.
And if they're not into it, then they're not the one.
They're not the one. Yeah, you go to somebody that you can call a bitch. I mean, it's really that simple.
It's really that simple.
Like,
and then she may call you a bitch back again.
Yeah, and then y'all start pulling each other hair, and then y'all down on the floor. You know? So
that is what it is.
I would say there's nowhere to go but up, but in this case, there's nowhere to go but down. So you just have to be honest. Let's see.
Anybody else placements that we missed? Anybody access their chart? Or anybody want us to tell them where their Lilith is and what it's about? Oh yes, Yemi.
Cause she ballparked hers.
So she said go with the guess.
Yeah, cause her mom said that she was born sometime around 5.
Okay.
So this is a ballpark.
All right, you put that in. I'll be right back.
Alrighty, I gotta go back up.
Also, Sean, you gotta share your rock music. Shit, we would like to listen. Also, P. Blazer, BMORE said you're into punk music, or you do punk music. We would like to listen to that too. We just don't take only hip hop, or not just R&B. We like other forms of music too. So y'all can send it to us, so we give it a listen. Let's see. BMORE is making me laugh because she's sitting in his this white
My little
chair,
therapist
like
chair.
in your little therapist chair,
Yeah.
with her little black turtleneck. So today, class, okay, we're gonna get into it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, this is my work
True
shirt.
blue.
At least it feel like it.
It does.
Let's see. I'm gonna put 5 p.m.
Where's my top? Oh. I'll be back.
Let's see.
Can I borrow those for a moment?
No.
Please.
Fine. Yeah, take them.
Thank you.
You're welcome, dear.
I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Yimmy. You know what, Yimmy? I really just guessed it, but it is a ballpark of Virgo ascendant. Because I said
crazy.
Virgo or Leo, and you end up having like a Virgo anyway.
Well, also, if this is true, you come from a witch background, or magic, mystic, whatever you want to do with it. If you're not cool with the term witch, mystic, whatever, because you have Lilith in the 4th house.
Yeah.
So that's a part of your family history.
Mm-mm-mm.
Oh, I'm forgetting something.
Yeah, take that with you.
Yeah, I'm gonna take this too. I'll be back.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, Yimmy, if this is true, your sun is in Aries. It's in the 7th house. So, the sun is strong in Aries, but it's in the 7th house. So, it can have a little fault to where it likes to consider other people. It's shocking. Yeah, it's interesting. But if this is true, because this is just a ballpark, there's a strong chance that your family could have like strong spiritual ties and the ancestral spiritual ties where they could be mystics. And then your moon is in Leo, but it's in the 12th house, which could deal with wanting attention or subconsciously wanting attention or struggling with emotional stability in your identity, you know. So I think there's an issue with subconsciously how you identify yourself. And maybe there's a big insecurity in how you identify yourself, or possibly themes around your physical appearance, and how you feel about your body per se. Let's see. You also possibly have a Virgo ascendant. If that is the case, then there's a deep psychological thing that goes on with you physically, because your Mercury is in the 8th house, which deals with themes around, again, sharing resources, researching and thinking, but these deals with very deep psychological aspects too, and very deep forms of study. And then let's see, your Mars is in Aries, so this can mean somebody who's very impulsive, and somebody who can be very intense, especially as people see it. But this Mars against the Lilith means that your actions can go against your more darker themes, things that you keep hitting. So it can go against your Lilith, which deals with themes that deal with your erotic obsessions, things that are tied to your survival or maybe more primal instincts. What if it is health that is causing the insecurity? That would make sense too, because of what's together. So like your body is just the body in general, but whatever the body or health is, if it's in the 6th house, then yeah, it could be health as well. But whatever the body is doing, because it's in the 6th house, I actually think this is this is going to be as closely as accurate as you possibly could get it, especially seeing as the issues that you kind of have with your chart though. But yeah, you have a thing where you can be quite impulsive and can be kind of a little hothead too. Quietly, you kind of have like a impulsive, aggressive side that kind of it can be shocking to people. So yeah, this is very interesting. And you have Chiron in the 8th Oh, in the 11th house. So issues with your nationhood. So you have some issues with your nationality or your family. You're having to heal dynamics with your families or any hopes and dreams that are surrounding like your ancestry and family, which makes sense with your Mars against the Lilith in the 4th house. You know.
Yeah, that Lilith there is one good thing is about the mysticism and the power there. One bad thing is that your family can give you mixed results there. Like Lilith being in the 4th house means there's a meanness there too, or maybe some type of dark energy or family history.
Mhm.
Somebody was mistreated.
Also, like a spiritual thing, they can seem like very religious quietly.
Right, because it could turn up like when you have Lilith in the 4th house. Is either your family does spiritual things like voodoo and all that other stuff, or they Wiccans or whatever, or they're very religious and they think all of those things are obscene, even though it's in their family history.
That is true. She also has Chiron in Cancer, which again is a wounded family, or you have hopes or visions that deals with wanting your family to be better. Now, you know what? That's what you get.
BMORE be beating up on me.
I did not get in there. That was karma, bitch.
No, was it?
Shut up.
I'm sorry, we're supposed to be professional, BMORE. Go ahead, continue.
That is true.
Sorry, we had a moment, guys.
See, due to me being... okay. Makes sense. Yes, there was some spiritual stuff done when we were born and some ancestral curses due to me being tied to royalty.
Ooh,
yeah.
See? That's perfect.
That makes sense, especially since your moon and sun are trying each other. And your moon is so secret royalty. That makes sense because your moon is in the 12th house. And then it actually trines your sun. So that makes sense, being secret royalty. But no, you should be careful. It is a very interesting chart, though.
And also, since you're talking about Nigeria, is quite interesting. You may not be able to express that family ancestry as you want to.
Well, she has a Chiron in Cancer. So she had to flee.
So
something about the homeland having to flee. That's why I said something about your ancestry. It's an issue. It's a painful dynamic.
It's a wound.
Yeah. And because your South Node is conjunct your Cancer, this probably isn't the first lifetime where you had to deal with that. You know, you had to deal with the being othered in your homeland. I'm outside there. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
No, here you go. I just wanted to see the color.
Don't feel like going back.
Yeah, I understand why. Like, just to all the people out there, when you have Lilith in the 4th house as a mixed bag, it does show family history of deep mysticism, prophets, Wiccans, just anything that deals with magic, any type of category. And it also can deal with the fact that your family, you have relatives that probably was doing that in high orders. The problem is, though, it also could mean that you could have been persecuted for it. Your family could have, now it becomes a secret because of the persecution. Or your family has a genetic fear, so they may not even engage in it out of fear, or they may overly embrace it. So, and also with Lilith in the 4th house, sometimes you mix with Chiron, of course, in Cancer, it can mean a lot of times that you had to flee your homeland, or that there could be, some issues there.
Yeah, I also see that there's some self-expression restrictiveness going on. Like, you feel like there's restrictiveness in being expressive, and how relatives can be manipulative. So you could deal with manipulative siblings or relatives, but then there's also a restriction in self-expression.
Oh, absolutely.
And a restriction in, like, dynamics with lovers.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because Lilith in the 4th house does mean you have a manipulative family. It doesn't mean all your relatives are bad, though. It don't have to mean that, but it does mean is that energy is there.
Yeah. So I can see that. And then I think they have what?
Well, she has Neptune and Uranus in the 5th house with her North Node and Capricorn in the 5th house.
Neptune and Uranus in the 5th house?
Yeah.
Okay, so she's a low-key, a little lover girl.
Mm-hmm. That's what that means. Oh.
Because you can also attract, like, negative lovers as well. But you can be a little lover girl.
That means she got a little bit of freaknik in her, too. With
She
that
do.
Uranus in there.
She does.
In the 5th house. So that means you have... you're way more open to things than what people may think.
Yeah.
With that Uranus in the 5th house.
Yeah.
Let's see what else.
And also because Uranus and Neptune there, that can also kind of lead to like unexpected pregnancy. So you should be careful, girl, because you got it in your chart. But you low-key kind of open, but people wouldn't have guessed it because you got self-expression issues.
Right, people would never guess it. Absolutely not. How you first appear to people, they wouldn't guess. You know.
I want the baby. Okay, but you have it where you can get pregnant very quickly with lovers. Is it your chart?
Okay, Alicia says, where can we look at our chart for career paths? 10th house is one. 10th house is one. 9th house is another option.
Six
house.
How you work together.
Right. So let me see if I still have Alicia chart up.
You said everyone in the chat is freaks. They quietly are. Some of them have it in placements where it's more out there, and then some people have it where it's quiet.
Yeah, if you have Aquarius in 8th, 7th, or 5th, you're into like unorthodox shit.
Like if that you had Aquarius rising,
that means you're into some stuff.
Y'all into something.
And if you have Scorpio in 8th, 7th, or 5th, you're into something as well.
Wow.
I would say those are two of the most,
off the placements
ones. Okay. Now back to Alicia was talking about so your 10th house, Alicia, is in Capricorn. And it's aspected to your 1st house, which is
but she also has Neptune
Taurus.
So that means that because she has Neptune in her 10th, things don't always go how she thinking it. So work could be, she thinks work going good, but it ain't.
But it's conjunct to her fortune.
So that's a blessing. So you could be kind of, I don't want to say delusional, but you kind of like blind to what's going on at work. And it actually ends up working out for you.
So it's Neptune conjunct to your fortune in Aquarius, and they're conjunct to each other in the 10th house. So that means you also can be quite innovative.
Yeah.
You could be quite innovative. You can also have genius ideas
at work. Yeah. Let's see.
Very imaginative.
Jason, the little power hungry Pisces wants to know where that Lilith is.
Jason, I believe his was in the 6th house, but let me see if I still have his chart up. Let me see, who's this? No, that's not him. That's Sean. That's Jimmy. I believe the last time I checked, I believe his was in like the 6th house. His Lilith. That's why I was saying he be playing at work.
Oh, yeah.
Services, yeah. He got Lilith there.
The 6th house.
In the 6th house.
Let's see. Just let it be free, you all. I'm an Aries, and I let it be known. Yeah, some of them, they, Rex, to be fair to you, because you're an Aries, it might be easier. But some people's charts are set up where they have a little bit of a conviction, or they kind of a little scary. So they need a little bit of support.
It may be safe for them to be that way, but they have to express it somewhere. So let's say, for example, not everybody can get away with saying all their sexual business out. Some people can, some people can't. But for the people who can't, they have to at least find the people behind the scenes that they could trust to explore that with.
Yeah.
Preferably their partner.
Let's see.
Because, I mean, like, society can be very judgmental and people are hypocrites. So, for example, if Sean just came out there and was like, yeah, I call my girl a bitch and I slap her. Domestic violence, he's evil, blah, 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 blah. So, it's like, you know what I'm saying?
And the reality is she's going crazy for it. She loves it.
Right, and then she has to come out and defend him. Sean is a good guy and a good father.
I wanted to be slapped.
I wanted to be slapped and called a bitch. And then you'll have fake ass hypocrites who probably doing something similar, but then trying to pretend they're goody two shoes.
Yeah, they over there rolling around on the floor with their boo too, ripping each other hair. I don't know what they got going on at home. Let's see, Sean. I used to tell my homies about waterboarding women in the sink. They was looking at me like I was crazy.
You have to write down all of your ideas, Alicia, especially when you have any placement with Neptunes. You have to write down your ideas. Have a journal called an idea journal and write down all of your ideas, because this can give you a lot of recognition in the 10th house, because 10th house rules recognition for the things that you accomplish.
What does she have, Pisces? Oh, she has Venus and Jupiter.
Oh,
I think she has Venus and Jupiter in the 11th or 12th. Venus conjunct Jupiter.
Yeah.
Okay, so
she
that means that
Venus
it can
Jupiter
make her money
in the same in the 12th house.
So she can make money. Where's the planets ruled by Uranus? Where is Aquarius?
Aquarius. Uranus is in the 11th house, and Saturn is in her first house in Aries.
And where's Aquarius?
Aquarius and Uranus in the 12th house.
Okay.
I mean, in the 11th house.
So yeah, it can make you money. So actually, it's good. I'm waiting on that erotica novel.
That's true.
That could be it. Cause then when you do that, I'm gonna be like, I was the one who read the ARC edition of Alicia Cadet's book. See, y'all, none of you bees had it first. I had it first.
Also, Alicia got Pluto in the 8th house. So
that means she has to be careful with debts and money management. She has to keep checking her money.
Very intense placement to have Pluto in the 8th house.
Well, she's looking for intensity because she lacks the willpower or the intensity that you would get in like Saturn and Plutonic placements.
So her transformation in life is to realize her willpower.
Realize her own willpower, her own strength, her own power.
And realize you don't get that from other people. You get that from within. Now, of course, partners can help show you that, make you realize how strong you are. But you really have to meditate and realize you have the strength within you.
Yeah. Because she has like a weak Mars. It's conjunct the sun. Even though she has like an Aries sun.
She also has Lilith in Libra. So that means she can have partners who are manipulative.
Yeah. Alicia deals with manipulation. She deals with a lot of manipulative partners.
You have to really embrace your dark side, Alicia. Not to fuck over your life, but to see the darkness in other people.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have a lot of people like, oh, cute, innocent Alicia. They're going to try to play with you, trying to be manipulative. And you got to see through all that. And then you have vertex there, which it talks about where some part of destiny meets. So you really going to have to watch out for partners who are manipulative. Now, it does also go both ways though, Alicia. So because you have Libra, in Lilith, that means you could be a little bit manipulative yourself.
Well, that's probably how she feels like she has to express those power dynamics.
Right.
So no, I think she'll be fine. She just has to learn about her own strength and her own power. And that'll probably make her less manipulative over time. Let's see. I had to be a Eurochrist minister at a young age and at the same time playing in a rock band. That's too much, child.
I understand though. Because he's 92, baby. You're Pluto in Scorpio, which means your parents was either Pluto in Virgo or Pluto in Virgo, maybe even Pluto in Virgo more than likely. And when you have them Pluto and Virgo parents be fucking very strict religiously.
They are.
They be all religious. And what I don't like about the Pluto and Virgo too, because I understand it logically, because Pluto and Virgo is trying to purify what they perceive as the dark end of society without even realizing their own fucking darkness. What I don't like about some people who are Pluto and Virgo is they become OCD with it. Yeah. And this is how you get strict parents who are Catholic or Jehovah's Witnesses or whatever religion, Muslim, whatever. And they'd be super religious on the Pluto Scorpio generation. Very religious, very strict. Now, if you have a Pluto and Libra parent, it's a bit better.
Yeah. Because
they're a bit more like,
whatever.
Let's just explore this and I try to help you as best as I can. Pluto and Virgo be like, nah.
They almost like they scared of the
But
dark things.
But look, the Pluto and Virgo parents were doing some nasty shit.
They were nasty. That's why they're
That's
worse
why
than me.
I can't.
It's like crazy.
Right.
I don't want to deal with them.
I don't want to deal with the nut job. So
nuts.
you can do what you want when you were young.
Splitting it
now
up.
you Virgin Mary trying to tell everybody else what to do.
I'm clean now. But yeah.
Right. So if you're a Pluto and a Scorpio generation, you more than likely had to deal with overly religious parents.
Let's see. You said my Lilith is in the 11th house. Can you explain it more for me? So these deals with things about hopes and dreams or having to survive your hopes and dreams. This also deals with having to survive being black sheep in groups. So groups not liking you for being who you are per se. Now, however this shows up will depend on your zodiac sign, but people just not liking you in group dynamics or groups being considered unsafe. So you would just have to really watch it around things like that. Also, sources of help. Sometimes help doesn't always come in ways of help how you think it is. Sometimes help isn't quite helpful.
Also, Rex, this is what it means too. So it means that you are a leader when it comes to groups, but this is where you have to be careful. Anytime you capitulate to a group against your own intuition, they're going to turn on you. When you embrace who you are, even in groups, they're going to eventually look to you for leadership. So remember, Lilith is about not only survival, but it's about a hidden strength if you learn to will it appropriately. If you try to pretend to be something you're not, the group is, you're going to be blamed as the group. They're going to come after you. But if you embrace your individuality inside the group, you'll be fine.
Yeah, there's also things with sexual themes around groups too. And I'm not saying you're into group sex or any of those things, but it would not shock me. It would not shock me.
That's also a possibility.
That is a possibility. Or trying to smash friends. Maybe there's some friends that's looking really good lately.
That's true too.
You know,
friends that you could also have friends that may want to smash you.
Or you have very erotic themes. Like you have daydreams of very erotic fantasies because like the 11th house deals with dreams and hopes, and so maybe you dream about a lot of erotic things just in general. So
Yemi said, how do we know if we've been here before? Meditation helps. Also, certain things in your chart will indicate certain things. So for example, people who are Pluto in Scorpio, there are a lot of astrologers who believe that the Pluto and Scorpio generation was a part of Atlantis. But unfortunately, we reincarnated in Atlantis during the time of its destruction. Mm-hmm. So we only got a little bit, we got to experience the greatness of it, but we quickly got to also experience the fall on it. This is why the Pluto and Scorpio generation has to deal with incarnating again when things are fucked up.
Yeah, we had one hot summer in the U.S. and then recession.
Shitty again.
Recession.
So think about it. So if you're Pluto and Scorpio, baby, if you're the oldest one of the group, which is like 1983,
you had longer.
All the way to even the ones like 1990, 1991. So you grew up for a short amount of time, like really enjoying video gaming and things that you really love to do and cartoons and shit. Then 9/11 happened. Then you got to see
that 2008.
Just you got a lot of bullshit you got to see.
Yeah.
You know.
Let's see. I'm a pastor kid too. That's probably why y'all so nasty in here, but y'all have a blessed day. Let's see.
BMORE had pastor parents too.
My parents was not pastors. Try again.
I know.
No, we're not. I noticed that this is a constant theme in my life. Oh, this is Alicia, guys. So I noticed this is a constant theme in my life, and I have to learn it through people I'm with or through friends. I do want to eventually meet my tribe, but I'm leery of going through that again. Well, to be honest, you have it where you have a Libra, Lilith and Libra, so you can survive relationships. You'll be fine. You're just a little scared right now.
Also, you have your South Node is in the 11th house, so groups of people, you will find your tribe, and you will have karma with your tribe.
Yeah.
So the people you're going to run into is going to be karmic.
Mm-hmm. How do we know we've been here before? Oh, also you can do past life regressions, which is a thing. That helps. But most of these charts, when you see people, they most of the time been here. They've reincarnated a lot. So if you have a north node and a south node, then you've probably been here before. You know.
Yeah, see, Yemi's talking about, yeah, so since you was born in 91, that also means your people in your family uncomfortable talking about sex.
Yeah, with those Virgo, Pluto people, and they're weird because they was doing all types of stuff.
Right, so her dad was a pastor too.
They're just weird. I assisted a Sunday school teacher, wrestler, end up being the club promoter. Sean just be blowing in the wind. He take any job available. I have picked up writing again, and I will get to the erotical novel. I just have some unfinished projects that I need to finish. You know what? And I cannot wait to read your erotica novel. You know, and I can't wait for you to get to that point. Sean says my late and early 20s was nuts. I believe you. Rex said I had people not liking me most of my life. They be hating. That's another thing. I know how people be saying they have haters, and people like, yo, lying. No, some people's chart is set up where people be hating on them. It is what it is, but you know.
It is.
Atlantis sounds like America. Dead. Gaming helped keep me out of a lot of stuff. It did. My dad is a pastor, but can't explain to me how my mom was heavily pregnant in their wedding photos. Woo, baby. And you know what? That's what, Yimmy, that explains why you inherited your chart. So remember, Yimmy, your Lilith is in Sagittarius, so sexual themes around faith. And so that means your father or whoever is a preacher, but they doing sexual things.
Yeah.
Then remember, your 5th house has that whole thing with instant pregnancy, regardless of marriage. And so, like, you think about how your parents basically set up. You see how you inherit some of those placements?
Also,
so you can get pregnant really quickly because your parents are doing a lot of things too, and that's kind of what you just got set up for.
Also, we have the Philosopher's Stone here, Topaz.
Hey, Topaz, we was just flaming you. I'm joking. We put you on a sick and shut-in list. We was just talking about you. You missed all the fun. You had some brothers and sisters in here that they got the same issue with their love life that you got in your chart.
Oh wait, who is his brother? Jason.
Jason
is your
who else
brother,
wanted to get beat up? It's a couple of them that wants to get beat up in here. You know, and they like the liars, they like scammers, criminal, and thieves. What's that song from Cher?
Oh, I Cher?
I think it's called Gypsy.
Oh, okay.
Because thieves be running around the town. See that one? When she talks about thieves and gypsies and all of that, that's it. That's the one. If you look up, say Google, okay, Gypsy from Cher, and you listen to the lyrics, how people be like scamming, they be like thieves and liars. That's
also,
it.
Absolutely, Rex, that chart does help you with your career path. And
yes,
also
it does.
transits right now. We have some heavy transits going on that's really going to push people to really figure out what they want to do in life.
Yep. But you know what, Rex, just if you have any message about your career, just hit me. Just hit me up. Let's see. What's the importance of numerology in your life path?
Numerology in your life path gives you your life purpose. So let's say if you have 1910-1, that means your life path was to come from extreme forms of poverty for many of them. Not all of them, but many of them. And to work your way into a leadership position. An example of somebody who have a life path 1 is Walt Disney, Lucas, who created Star Wars. So you have a Steve Jobs. So life path 1s, for example, are to, no matter what position they started in life, they have to work their way up to showcase themselves as leaders in society.
She said she's a 3.
If you are a life path 3, then your purpose here is also creativity. Creativity plays a major part in your life and your life purpose, and is a necessity as well.
Yep.
You know, you cannot just
be quiet.
Because
you have an expression issue, but you're supposed to be more open.
Be more open to express yourself.
Yeah.
And it's very important that you do, because if you're life path 3 and you don't express that, there is karma pertaining to that. You know, people don't just get karma just for doing bad things. You also get karma for not treating yourself well and for not doing what you came here to do. So you could get karma based off of that. And also numerology deals with karma as well.
It does.
Just in case people don't know that. So as a life path 3, you definitely need to be creative in life, and don't allow anyone to
stifle you.
rear
Your
you
self
off that.
expression.
You gotta stay on the path.
And you know what, Yemi? And as soon as my parents got small with me, I'm like, girl, is that a baby in your stomach? You can't really tell me nothing, because the Lord didn't say nothing about pregnancy pre-marriage. You got to get out of here with that one.
And also, it's also a part of the number 3 is a part of the sacred combination of 369 that Tesla was talking about. So there's that too.
Yeah.
Um,
I try to creatively express, but personally, it's difficult. You know what? It's only difficult because you just started. You know, everything was difficult. Walking was difficult at first. Riding a bike was difficult. You know, learning to write your name is difficult. Learning to read is difficult. It gets easier the more you try. You get better with more practice.
BMORE is
But
right.
you know what, Yemi, that makes sense for you because you got that Virgo rising, so you're a little scary.
You're scary, but you
It's
also
okay.
have you could be a technician in certain things.
Yeah.
And Virgo do give you the capability to be great at communicating, but you got to stop being scary. Because look, what
Let me
BMORE
see your
said
chart real quick.
connects to your life path 3, because life path 3 also deals with difficulties of expressing oneself. So you have to be sociable, because you're really here to teach people certain things and to show your creative expression. And the only way you can give those nuggets to other people in the world is you have to get over the difficulty of self-expression.
Yeah. You know what? Yemi's actually quietly funny.
Yeah.
And she's too scared to say it, but she has a lot to say. She's very funny.
For example, this is what they said. In a nutshell, here are the core traits of the number 3: positive, optimistic, sociable, good-looking, popular, charismatic, creative, naive, childish, difficulty expressing emotions and true feelings, lack of direction, and restlessness.
Yeah.
So it's very important for you to focus on, I'm Yemi. What is my life purpose? What did I come here to do? What excites me? What expression do I want to showcase to not only myself but to the world?
And you know what? If you was a Gemini rising, you wouldn't have this problem. You be gabbing, lipping, and
You be too talkative.
Yeah, wouldn't get you to shut up. But that's not the thing, y'all. So, says I'm constantly battling with exploring my sexuality, for example, in the instilled faith. Well, one thing that could help you is therapy with that, especially if there's a lot of trauma around those themes. Because faith isn't an issue and sexuality is an issue, but people can make issues out of things, and they can spoon feed you things that can make things hard for you to cope with.
And also start by expressing it through art.
Yeah.
Start because a person who shares your life path, Rihanna has a life path 3. Her sexuality was expressed through art. Miss Twain, and we know, that don't impress me
Shania.
much. Right. So she expressed that through art. Christina Aguilera, Jamie Foxx through the arts of comedy and stuff. Reese Witherspoon. So try, whether it's writing or just painting, express yourself. Express yourself.
Yeah, just express yourself, And to be honest, you ain't alone, because there's a couple people in the chat that was having a little bit of issues expressing themselves sexually, and they're very honest about it. So you're not alone in people having issues with sexual expression, and that is something you have to master for spiritual ascension. People have to learn how to properly have sex. Sex is an empowering thing. It can boost your self-esteem. It can boost your sense of faith in life, and it can really transform you. And it can give you a sense to go on and have with your willpower. It could do a lot of things. Sex also can be devastating. It can hurt your self-esteem. It could be crumbling. So no, learning about yourself and your sexuality, what you're into and who you are, you owe it to yourself to understand who Yemi is as a person. And that's everything. That includes your sexuality. Your vagina isn't walking beside you. Y'all in the same body. You deserve to understand who you are as a person. Even if you tried and you're like, girl, that was not even, it wasn't giving what I thought it would give, and that's okay, then that's fine. You just won't try that anymore, and you just move on. So, yeah.
Holiday Chris, if you have a life path 8, it's all about power, enterprising. So you came into this life, one of your life purposes, main purposes, is to enterprise.
Yeah.
And also to understand the dynamics of power.
Mm-hmm.
So, and not.
Also karma. You could
Yes.
be working off karma too.
No, that's true too.
So
Because with Life
good and
Path
bad
8 does
karma.
deal with a lot of karma. Go ahead, be more.
Yeah, it's good and bad karma. So you could be out here working off some karma too.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And one of the things
That's
that
Jay Holiday.
Jay Holiday.
Holiday Chris.
Holiday Chris. That's an R&B name.
It
He
is.
like sound like an R&B singer. Hey yo.
I'm about to click his Abby. I want to see something.
It's a Holiday Chris.
Because if that Abby look like an R&B track, I'ma scream. Let me see something real quick.
For the main things for Life Path 8 is goal-oriented, determined, ambitious, responsible, solid grasp on reality, rational, sound judgment, resilient, confident, powerful, and dominant.
Yep.
So one of your desires is to come out here and to dominate something. Maybe it's a certain type of enterprise. Maybe you wanted to dominate the, let's say, own a basketball team, be an owner, or maybe start a tech venture or something like that.
You know what? With a name like Holiday Chris, he could also be like a Memphis rapper from 2004.
That's true too.
My name Holiday Chris, y'all. I'm like,
y'all also are all about the finances too.
yes.
It's like all about the Benjamins, baby. Life Path 8s, they like to have their finances in order. They want professional achievement.
Yeah.
So for you, that's something in life, and it's ordained. So you have to make sure that, of course, you look at astrology and your planets and stuff to make sure you go about it the right way. But you're someone who's supposed to be financially well off and very astute when it comes to your finances. You're someone that people, when they see you, they think of being independent and powerful. You know, so this is something that is your purpose in life to become. If some of these things you're lacking in, it's very important for you to hurry up and shape up and get on board with these things. You're supposed to be independent and powerful. You're supposed to be resilient. You know, you're supposed to be someone that they just know got it locked down. And some people who have this is life path numbers: Martha Stewart, Trevor Noah, Chris Pratt, Elizabeth Taylor, Sandra Bullock. So some of these people, of course, go into acting and stuff, but there are a lot more people who have this life path that are also into other careers in life. It's about victory. You are here to have some form of victory, some form of ambition and work and enterprise, and to cling on to that victory.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and one other thing, you don't like clingy people. You don't want people to be too clingy to you. If you're a life path 8. If you feel like somebody's just making you do all the work, you're like, well then I'm out.
Point?
What's the point? I'm going. I like to see what else y'all saying in there. In the chat. They said don't do him like that.
That's the truth.
Okay, Tay Tay is a life path 1. This also is someone who can be independent, leadership as well. Like I used with Steve Jobs, for example, he was a life path 1, and we saw how he innovated technology. When we were talking about we were talking about Apple, and you know how he was able to make Apple a competitor to Microsoft. So some of the characteristics of life path 1 is hardworking, independent, ambitious, pioneering spirit, passionate, aggressive, self-critical, energetic, people who innovate. They can be risk takers, demanding, and creative. So innovation and creativity go hand in hand. It's like when we talk about Walt Disney. Besides getting into the controversy of his personal life, he was someone who was considered innovative because he innovated the animation world, and then also is the merge with creativity. So that's your purpose in this life, you know, is to be a trailblazer, you know, and you can figure out in what field you want to be in to be a trailblazer in.
Cap in the second house.
Oh, Capricorn in the second house?
Mm-hmm.
If it's Neptune there, it could deal with certain financial losses, so you have to be very aware. But if you don't have Neptune in there, and if you don't have Uranus, which could deal with like risk taking in there,
you can make a lot of money.
You can make a lot of money if you have like Capricorn and Venus in the second house, for example. So, do you have any planets in your second house, or is it just Capricorn, the zodiac sign, in Venus? I mean, in the second house.
For Digital B?
Yeah, for Digital B.
She had a Venus in Capricorn?
No, I'm asking, do she have, I meant to say Capricorn in the second house. Do she have no planets in there? Is it just Capricorn in the second house? Or are there any planets in there?
I have a stellium. Jesus.
What's the stellium?
You gotta tell us what's in there.
Uranus,
Moon, Neptune, Saturn.
That's mixed bag.
Oh.
Also, because you have Capricorn in the second house, Saturn rules. So Saturn is the one in this merger of energy that has the most power.
Yeah.
Because of
actually
Capricorn.
helps fight off some of that Neptune shit. But you know what that else tells you?
You can create things into reality, though.
I do notice when people have Capricorn and Uranus and some, depending on what house, with that whole thing with the Pluto, the millennial thing with the whole Pluto and not Pluto, Uranus and Neptune. Usually from people born from like 1990 to like 95, 96. I do notice that they can do really good with non-traditional banking.
Yeah, y'all.
They do good with like Bitcoins and stuff like that. But she does have Neptune there, so.
If you go by Saturn hard work, you can make things, imaginative ideas become reality. These are people. Okay, here's the importance. You can't focus just on the money. When you have a stellium like that, your ambition on the actual work and the creativity has to be number one, and the money has to be second. Because if you put the money first, you're gonna lose. Because with Saturn there mixed with Uranus, mixed with Neptune, mixed with the moon, this is someone who's supposed to use unorthodox ideas and turn it into reality with Saturn. Saturn morphs things into the real world.
Yep.
So through Uranus, through Neptune, through the moon, you're supposed to, anything that comes into your mind or your heart, you have to become disciplined and serious to formulate it in the real world. And that has to be your first thing. Because if you just go by money first, you can end up losing money. But if you go based off of that ambition on the creativity, and let's say you create some prototype of something, then you get a trademark, you go through the system of turning this into a reality, you'll do phenomenal.
Oh, there's also issues with self-esteem.
Yeah.
Like you don't see yourself clearly. But that could be part of that whole nervous energy. But when the moon touches Uranus, Neptune, and Saturn, the second could be battling like illusions, or like you make up slights, like somebody wronged you, nobody really did nothing to you. Emotional mood swings, not being able to see deception clearly. Sometimes you be deceiving yourself. Also loneliness and depression, because you feel like you have to do everything on your own, of feeling the issues of like past regrets, or not being able to take like a L with grace, or like you always kind of like hold on to the past, like dang, I fucked this up, I should have did this better, like, you know. So yeah, it can be some issues around that. You gotta have a little bit more issues with the self-esteem, which makes sense because the moon is in detriment in Capricorn. It doesn't like it. So there can be some emotional issues that spurn out of this, which can affect your money. When your emotions are off, your money is off. So you have a problem with that. Yeah, you have to really work on your self-esteem, Digital. That's why I keep calling you Therapy Bae. They're going to have to roll you in there and give you some Xanax. Once they work that out, we're cool. But you're a little scary. You got a lot of Your emotions be just all over the place.
But it is good though that your Venus is in Virgo. Now I understand why it's good.
To give you some structure.
Because you have a wild second house with money. I mean, money goes up and down. You get moments where you get large gains, and then you moments where you
dry
a little bit. So you having Virgo and Venus, you're like, wait, things gotta be saved. You know, that's good. That gives you balance.
This is an example of when the detriment helps you. Like when the planet is in a weak spot can help you.
Because if you had Venus in Taurus with this type of second house, it would be horrible for you. Because you would be always living on the edge, spending a lot of money and stuff like that, enjoying life, and then you
Which
be broke.
Which is interesting because the Jupiter is in Leo. It's opposing all of this.
See, so this is what we talk about how.
This also means that you can be giving a lot of money to family members.
Yeah.
Like you give a lot of things to family members. You know, maybe more than what you should. You know. But you have to work on it because you got some of this. There's a self-esteem issue.
Also, Yemi, about winning big money, it depends. Some people only get a lot of money and achievement if they don't focus on money. Some people chart, if they focus on money, they make a lot of money. Everybody's chart is different. Some people have a chart where they can't make any money unless they partner up with someone. So, like, everybody is diverse when it comes to making money. So, it really depends on your chart.
Yeah.
So, like, for example, if you're someone who's supposed to innovate in this world and not focus on the money, and you become money crazy, you're going to have an L in life. I'll give you an example. Albert Einstein, in his chart, it showed a person that if he focused on his passion, he would become known across the world and he would get a lot of money. What was his passion? Science. He focused on that, and philosophy became big. If he focused on money, he would have never became famous, and no one would never have known his name, and he would have failed in life. But then, let's say when you talk about some of these bankers, like J.P. Morgan, for example. J.P. Morgan was all about focusing on the money, and he became famous because his chart, that is how it was designed. So when you have a chart, you never look at other people and try to emulate them. You have to focus on what makes you win in life, not somebody else.
Yeah. Let me see. My first house is in Scorpio and my moon is in the third house in Capricorn. So because your moon is in detriment, is in the third house, it means like early childhood siblings weren't good. It was rough for you. You could have sometimes issues with emotional expression in the third house. But, you know, communicating could be provide to be an issue for you, Rex, because the moon is in detriment there and it's in the third house, which is the house of communication, the house of siblings, the house of neighbors. Traveling could become possibly an issue. Can I get my chart right? I tried and I might have gotten it wrong.
Sure, you can send BMORE your date of birth and time and where you was born, and then she can assess different things in your chart. Also, digital beat media is good because of how your chart is set up, that you do have Virgo and Venus, but you have to get rid of the anxiety. Because any fear that's in any part of your chart will stifle you in life.
Yeah.
If you remain orderly like you are with Venus,
you'll be fine.
Yeah, believe me. So like, I'm digital and I'm organized with my money.
Yeah.
I don't have nothing to fear because I don't spend everything up. So I will focus on my ambition in life and my creativity and figure out my life purpose, and that will be my main purpose and focus. Do not focus on fear because fear attracts the very thing you don't want to happen.
Yeah, it's almost like you're afraid of yourself, have issues of self-trust.
Mm-hmm.
You have to trust yourself. Can you trust yourself? That's your main answer. If the answer is yes, then you could chill out a little bit. So.
Yeah, you already have a Virgo and Venus. You don't even have to worry about you spending crazy.
Nope.
So what's there to fear? If you already know naturally you put money away and you're very careful, you really need to focus on your creativity and ambition in life. What is your life purpose? And what are these great ideas that you have that you want to put into reality?
Only thing you have to do is look out for the transits.
Yep.
That's it.
See? Good.
That's half the battle. Because sometimes people answer no, and that's another whole hill to climb, you know.
All right, BMORE, you gonna do these aspects real quick?
Oh my goodness, I realized I never talked about this week.
And that's why I have to. That's why I'm like, here we the paper. Let's get into it. Is this it too?
No,
Oh,
that's
this
fell out
something
the
else.
notebook. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about today. So it's going to start from today, and we're going to move over down to March the 5th. So I do notice the themes of socializing and play from the new moon in Pisces are still here. Finances can be positive, and there's also a theme of having positive thoughts. Also, because finances are looking up, there can be a thing of spending and indulgence, especially now with Venus and Pisces. Then we have Jupiter and Pluto making a quintile, so there can be dynamics where there's a high achievement. There's luck and transformation, or you're getting lucky breaks with control, or publishing, or cultural wisdom, or having cultural power. We also have themes of imagination, romance, and fantasy. But the thing is that there's also emotional detachments, particularly from relationships, that from family, and women. There could be some emotional detachments today. Then you have an issue with the moon making a hard aspect to Chiron. It could be issues with healing, issues with emotions, issues with family and women, which could add into the emotional distancing, issues with processing change, illness, grief, and redemption, and medication. And these are the things that are going on today. There could also be some issues with loneliness, regrets, and grief, and wanting to isolate yourself from past deeds. So those are very similar to what kind of the new moon was in Pisces. And you still have the overall overwhelming themes of dealing with issues with manipulation, whether from you or other people, which can be kind of hard to tell because some of the manipulation, they're kind of putting a smile with it, so they're not being overtly manipulative, so it can be kind of hard to pick up on these type of attributes when they're showing it and giving it to you. And so then the moon eventually transfers into Gemini, and then we'll have a quintile with Neptune, which is again was creativity, fantasy, art. And because it makes a first square back to where we had that new moon in Pisces around the 20th, there can be the fantasy and illusions can be in an emotional standpoint where they can be emotional confusion. Maybe we see slights where there are none. Maybe we think people are being manipulative. Maybe they aren't. Maybe we miss when people are being manipulative. We're seeing enemies as friends and friends as enemies. And because of that, we're having a lot of ease. We're lackadaisical. We're overspending. And we're not being mature about it. There can also be some issues with depression, isolation, and having past regrets from previous spending or previous experiences that we're struggling with and wanting to isolate yourself. And that's just from really today. When we get into tomorrow on the 27th, there'll be still some issues with identity and relationships, and how you identify with things. There'll be some, again, relationship ease, laziness. Money will still be on the table. It can be seen in general really good to get investments. Some signs are easier to get than others, but there's a general air where money is a little bit more easy to get. And whether that be from your tax return or other things like that, there's an air where money is more accessible. And so this will grant opportunities of luck and windfalls in general. We do have it where people can be more charming, and that you have to trust your sixth sense. You can get information and store it and kind of hang on to it later, which can be helpful when we talk about those themes of power and manipulation that have started during the new moon a week ago. So if you can hold on to information and take your time to process it, we're faring better than how we talked about with the Scott Adams guy, where we're taking information or manipulation and we're going to the public and we're stirring up trouble. So just take the information and hold on to it. They also with the Chiron issues with processing emotional issues. So unlike the Scott Adams guy, he did not process emotional information or any of those things properly. So you'll have some opportunity where it was hard at first, which will be like today. There can be sometimes you can get emotional information between today and maybe the day before where you're struggling to process it. But as the week goes on, you will get to a point where you can process any type of these emotional information that comes out, and you just process how you feel about things. You'll be fine. It'll just take some time for you to get over it. So whether it's processing grief, illness, and relieves any of the early symptoms with redemption, medication, things like that. Then you also have intense emotions. Again, manipulation from yourself or others are strong themes. You also have it where you can meet new people, you can socialize, you can make new friends, you can work out themes of teamwork. There is still a thing with Moon and Mars, which deals with emotional supportive acts. So like your actions can support your emotions. So you know how people say do it one more time with feeling. So your feelings can support any of your actions that you do. People are attracted to this passion. It's not going to take you really that long or make it really hard for people to support you emotionally. The only downside is that there's no patience, and there can be irritability, and there can also be conflict when dealing with other people. There could be conflict, and so maybe you can see people as anemic even though they're not. You know.
So be very careful with your judgments. Take your time. Do not judge everything at face value. Take your
just
time.
take the information and just sit on it.
If you don't want to judge something and then feel dumb later.
Right.
Like, damn, I should never said that to that person.
Yep. Then when we get to the 28th, we have the Moon and Venus, which is, again, fun relationships. There's still an area where you can have more romance. As a matter of fact, some of these romantic placements are a little bit better than what we had even for Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day had like a short spout of relationships, but that was really the start of manipulation. So we had it where Venus went into Pisces, where we can fall head and over heels with people. And then the next day we had Sun conjunct Saturn, which was like, okay, this is not really what we thought it was. It's not what we seen. We're getting a little bit better placements where people could have more romantic or more ease or more comfort in relationship dynamics, regardless if they're romantic or not. But in this case, we're talking about romance. But like we have more themes under this stuff, and it's actually better than it was for Valentine's Day, which can add for more fun, more creative, and building more creative environments. You also have it where there's more experiencing more culture and more diversity in different people. You can also have it where you can wanting to lighten the mood of others or wanting things to be more festive in general. The downside is because what's happening, this is on the 28th, we can be more sensitive to our surroundings, and so we can perceive false slights. So we can think that there's a slight when there isn't any. And we could also be in the service of helping to care for a female or a family friend around the 28th. They also have stuff where we're getting better at the emotional healing in the moon aspects with Chiron, so we can offer emotional healing to ourselves with family, and also emotional healing with women. And we probably could be offering that service to whoever this woman or family member that you come in contact with. This also deal with themes of like working with the public as well. You also have emotional convos and support, also public speaking. So again, dealing with the public, dealing with emotional conversations, supporting women, supporting family members, supporting your own emotions. And by this point, by the 28th, after we finish all this chaotic themes that are standing back from a little bit of the manipulation from around February 13th, but the pinnacle of the manipulation or kind of deluded thinking of having to do everything on your own and people being sneaky around the 20th, during this time, like during the 28th, you'll have it where you can be more practical and more centered and more in control of your emotions, so you can handle emotional baggage. The 28th is a better time to have these conversations with emotional baggage versus just letting them spill, because by the point we get to the 28th, in like 2 days, you should have enough time where you soaked in the information to the point where now you can have these conversations without erupting emotionally and saying stupid stuff like this whole Adams guy. Honestly, if the Adams guy sat and waited on it, he would be fine. But he did not do that. So yeah, this gives you a situation where the downside is that there are emotions and desires, or emotions versus intensity, which can give you issues with intimacy and issues with change. There'll be some slight issues with intimacy, some slight issues with intensity, and some slight issues with change. even when we're having emotional conversations. But this transit kind of handles those themes better than a couple days ago. Even today, I don't even know if y'all noticed it, but today probably had more themes of people being a little bit more rowdier, even on the 26th. But today, if you went around, you probably would see people being a little bit more combustible. And then you also have it where positive thinking and wishful thinking can be a theme. But you can get overwhelmed with errands and the idea of self. So you can probably feel like, I can do this, I can take on this, I can handle that. Not really. We really should take it slow and not overwhelm yourself with too many things by the 28th. You're just only starting, in 2 days from now, you're only just starting to get a hand or a grip on some of these highly emotional placements, because we just passed that new moon in Pisces, which is a very emotionally charged moon that's heavily tied to people's beliefs. And so, yeah, the moon by this point moves into Cancer, which is already another emotional placement. And because of that, we can move into mood swings and having a sense of change and wanting to change things. So that's why we have to be careful that we're not being too impulsive, taking on too many challenges, because we're starting to feel better. We're starting to feel more stable. There's less emotional fallout. We're getting information. The relationships can be better. We can offer emotional healing and help to people. We're not making sure you're not taking on too much help, because during that new moon, we already felt like taking on too much help felt like a burden. So you could be burdened down with the idea of helping others. If that's the case, then you don't take on more help. You don't get deluded like, okay, I'm fine now. I can take on more weight now. No. By the 28th, you still need to chill. And then on the 1st, we have it where Venus and Pluto make a quintile. So you have a lot of passionate feelings, and you want to be around people who are very passionate and intense themselves. Again, one more time with feelings. So on the light end, you want passionate, romantic feelings. And these are the things I'm talking about. On the dark end, we could do it. Romance, socializing with people who can be quite manipulative and have quite dark overtones. It's just which either they're passionate or they're manipulative. Maybe sometimes both. And maybe we could be delusional in how we view them too this week. But yeah, so you can do different, hang out with people with different classes of income or different walks of life as well. So by this point, the moon is trying the sun, so you start to feel better. You'll be in better judgment. You have better motives. This is why I said by the 28th, you should hold out and wait, because by the 1st, we're starting to slowly get a little bit better, because during the 26th, which is today, the sun is squaring the original placement of that new moon. So you start to get a little bit challenged. You get a little bit of the challenges of what happened during that new moon in Pisces with the manipulation. And so I remember, for instance, Alicia said during that stream that people were being boundary crossers with her and manipulative. I would not be shocked if those themes didn't pop up again between today and tomorrow, with people being boundary crossers and manipulative again, because of how her chart is set up. So yeah. So then we also have moon square Venus. Again, mixed emotions. You can have conflicts and emotional spendings and possibly issues in the home. Again, and because of this, you want to have more emotional freedom. And you're doing the emotional distancing again with family, friends, and stuff like that. So it's kind of a loop. We start to feel better. We take on a little bit more burdens. We start to feel good. Then it gets too overwhelming. We want to emotionally distance ourselves. As you can see, there's a whole frequency of that coming and going again. Then you have Jupiter conjunct Venus, which deals, and this is going to be on the 2nd. So during the 2nd, Venus and Jupiter conjunct, which deals with spending, playing the field, people being flirty, but we also are having windfalls. We're having more opportunities. So more opportunities are coming our way by the 2nd. And this can be money. This can be luck. This can be any matter of things. But the moon is trying Saturn, so we're feeling more practical. We're feeling more responsible. So it does look a little bit better. The only thing is, because of how the moon is aspecting by this point, the moon and Mercury forms a slight, called a sesquadrate, but it forms a slight square, and this is giving an issue with emotion versus common sense. I would not, around the 2nd, when you get the lucky break, I would not buy anything. Don't buy anything. Don't peer pressure buy anything. And watch out for conflicts with women or family.
Save your
or
money.
Emotional conflicts. Whatever the luck you get on the 2nd, you just sit on it Don't buy anything. If someone peer pressures you to buy something, you leave. If someone asks you for money, put a quote on it. Like, look, I can only give you $10, and then you leave. You call it that. Because you still have the theme of manipulation and power plays lurking around because of the new moon in Pisces. And Pisces can't see things clearly. Pisces can see enemies as friends and friends as enemies. So you just have to be careful of that. Oh, I'm not doing majestic chart, Dion. I am doing the weekly forecast from today up until the 5th. So, let's see. On the 2nd, you'll get into aspects with Pluto where you have obsessive motivation and you can have emotional intensity and you can feel a lot of empowerment. So you can feel by the 2nd you feel very empowered. So y'all see the trend where you loop around, you feel desperate, no one's helping you, you feel like people are being manipulative, you get a little bit better, you get a lucky break, you decide to help someone, you take on more baggage than you can handle, then you're stressed and you want to emotionally distance, then you get another lucky break. If y'all see the pattern, and it's going to be like that all week. It's going to be like that all week. March 2nd, I'm assuming you were speaking on. Yes, I am speaking on March 2nd. So yeah, so y'all see there's a kind of a looping pattern from that new moon on the 20th up until, like, it'll be all week. You know, you feel a little bit better, you go back in the lines, then you do too much, and then you're like, okay, time to go. And then you get a little bit better, then you want to do a little bit more, versus just taking your time and thinking, because you're undergoing major changes during this time. And sometimes we're jumping too quickly to offer help or to say anything or to do anything without just sitting down and just processing and thinking. That's what Chiron is there for. Chiron, there's an up and down way. At some point during the week, we get a little bit better with Chiron, with handling and managing pain, handling and managing stress, handling and managing grief. We should be dealing with those ideas a little bit better, but there's still a temptation to get into these dynamics. You also have it where, again, the moon is touching Uranus, so you're going to want to socialize, you're going to want to meet new friends, but this time the feeling is even stronger. You want to socialize even more. So that's the thing is, like, you want to go out and socialize, but we're having a lack of boundaries, because Pisces deals with a lack of boundaries. So you want to make sure you have your boundaries up when socializing, meeting new friends, even dealing with your family, because you do need time to process the changes that are going to occur right now and any lucky breaks that you get for yourself. So then Mercury hits a conjunct Saturn, so that deals with concentration, common sense. The downside is that you can be very worrisome. You could be a worrywart. So all of y'all people in here with strong Virgo placements, like Yemi, y'all could start to stress out, worry a lot. That's okay. You just need to lighten up a little bit. Stop thinking so negatively. Work on thinking positively. And this is around the 2nd. You have to make sure your thoughts stay positive. Stay positive. And they could also be mechanical issues by the 2nd. So you can get into some mechanical or tech issues by the 2nd because Mercury and Saturn are touching. And then you have Mercury and Pluto, and so you'll be able to have persuasions. You'll be able to persuade people of things. People can try to persuade you of things. But yeah, you could be quite persuasive, and people can be persuasive. You also could be open to telling your secrets, and people can be telling you their secrets. You can also do really good for research. This is why I say you need to hang back and say nothing. Just chill this week. Get your information. Whatever little lucky break you get. Now, some of the zodiac signs get a bigger lucky break than others, because of just where they are. But whatever little lucky break or little windfall y'all get, y'all be quiet and you sit on it. Because some of the zodiac signs get it stronger, and some of them get them a little weaker. Whatever little windfall, lucky break you get, you be quiet. Because there's a thing where people can tell you they're very persuasive. Remember, there's a theme of manipulation. So remember what I said earlier. There's people trying to get you to spend money. People trying to get you to go against your logic and common sense and rely on emotion. So you kind of need to chill off on yourself and be quiet. And then let things ride, because you could be telling secrets, but they could be telling you their secrets too. So maybe you tell somebody you got some money that you needed to spend. Maybe the money is for a bill. Maybe the money is to fix your car because, again, we have mechanical issues that can arise. So maybe you need to fix your car, you fix your laptop, but you tell somebody you have a little piece of money and they want a little piece of the money that you got a little piece of. Or maybe you tell somebody that's like, you know what, I found a new man, and then they looking your man up on Facebook. Like, you got to keep the secrets to yourself because there's levels of manipulation here. This is also a good placement for really deep research. You can research anything you need to quite deeply by the second. You also have it where you can push your agenda, or people can push their agenda, or they can have people help them with their ambition, and they can act on your passion. Now, you could do this too, but other people can too. So, like, you're not the only one out here. Like, depending how they chart, their chart might be better set up to handle, to move manipulation around, or to get you to kind of sway to their agenda, or to push their agenda on you. And by this point, Mercury will be in Pisces on the 2nd. So when Mercury's in Pisces, it's in its fall, it's in detriment, it's weak. So when Mercury's in Pisces, this could deal with confusion and communication. It could deal with manipulation. So you would hope to think logically, but Mercury isn't strong right now. So you have to be careful of any contracts you sign. And you have to be careful of what you tell people about deception and secrets in general. So that's why this week I say you get a lot of opportunity, but you just have to be quiet and just sit on some things and just let things ride out through the week. Because some of the planets are moving into signs of sneakiness, manipulation, but there's also a chance for romance. There's also a chance for love, and there's also a chance to make a lot more money, to be more social. But just like anything with the good and bad, if you're more social, yeah, you can meet good people, but you can also meet bad people. That's the downside.
So take your partnership slow.
Take everything slow. You can meet great people, but you can also meet sneaky people.
Take the relationship slow so you don't be bitter.
So regardless if you're trying to make new friends, you're trying to expand your friend circle or anything, you just need to chill out a little bit. Just chill and walk it down slow, because at some point people are going to show you who they are. So yeah, these are going to be themes of romance. Like I said, romance is a theme. Romance, or like socializing, or wanting to be infatuated with people, or wanting to have fun. That's a major thing. But again, you don't want to be so indulgent. You don't see people being sneaky. So romance, intuition, fantasy, visualization. This is a great time for spirituality too. So if you don't want to go out and meet new people, you just want to stay home, this is a good time to do visualization, journal, meditation. You want to do prayer. You can get into all of that. By the 3rd, we have the sun in a hard aspect again with the moon. And so this can give issues with identity and relationships, and issues with yourself versus your emotions. You'll also be popular and have a lot of luck, but you can also be very indulgent or lazy and not being able to see things clearly. You also have it where there can be around you, there can be a lot of humor or unconventionality. You can meet a lot of new people. And there can be some unease with family and parents, and particularly like themes of how you were raised or issues from the past, and it affects your emotional security. And that can affect how you feel about your accomplishments or your goals, or you being ambitious. So you should be careful of that too. That's why the meditation and prayer, if you spend your time doing that on the 3rd, it might not be such a bad idea, because by the 3rd, there's an uptick of very intense emotional swings that can make you feel a little bit confused about your identity. It can bring up those old feelings from the past. Because remember, the new moon in Pisces, you still had looming feelings about past events and things from the past, and how things could be different that aren't. And they're granted, they come and go at smaller aspects. They're not as strong as it was during that new moon, but they still come and go in waves, and so you just have to be mindful of that by the 3rd. And these can bring very intense emotions, and it can also bring strong themes of manipulation by the 3rd. And by this point, the moon is in Leo, and so you can have issues that are tied into people in authority, people in power or ambition, against personality, against lovers, against attention. So maybe people feel like they have to do intense things for attention, or to like play you out of power in some way. You also have again, Venus is conjuncting Chiron. So you can have comfort and grief. So you have illness, processing, and redemption in medicine. So Venus rules comfort and love and beauty. Chiron rules grief, illness, processing, and redemption. And so maybe it can seem like fun to you to heal yourself. It can seem fun to, deal with themes of processing, deal with redemption, illness, and grief. This maybe, you meet somebody in the medical field and you kind of hit it off with them. Or maybe you start to watch a lot of videos about taking care of yourself, healing yourself, themes around that type of stuff. Let's see. You also have it where, again, emotional confusion and confusion in communication. So your emotions and common sense can be at odds with each other. Do not purchase anything. I keep saying that this week. Try not to make any big purchases where you could regret it. Because you also can have minor conflicts with women and family by the 3rd. And then this also is a good idea to make long-term plans, particularly in ideas of your career or powerful positions or dealing with people in power. So actually, I would just really encourage you guys to try to lay low and not to get into too much things, because again, the Mars placement is still very fickle. You can still be very irritable. You can still deal with people who could be manipulative. You can still deal with themes of getting luck. But the thing is like, even with all of this romance, luck, you still have a short temper. So I don't know if y'all noticed that y'all should have seen just in public just how short and temperamental people have been in general. But it's weird because they're social, so they're temperamental, but they keep talking, or they keep like coming in your face, like they keep floating around your face while also being quite temperamental and quite irritable. And those things will kind of like intensify even more this week. And so by Venus and Saturn, right around the 4th, they make an aspect. So what they would do is they'll either strengthen your commitment in the relationships you already have, or they'll create distance from a relationship in general. In some relationship, you're going to create distance, which by this point, by the 4th, this can be really good for any of these new relationships that you started all the way up from March 13th with the whole manipulation thing, but predominantly that new moon in Pisces in the 20th. By the time you get to the 4th, you're going to want to distance. You're probably going to feel an urge to really distance yourself. All week, you've been kind of going back and forth with emotional distancing. But by the 4th, with the moon and Saturn, you're like, okay, I really see it for what it is. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. Because you just had a little bit of small aspects. By this point, you're like, no. I see you, fool. I tried to get out here. I tried to meet new people. But by the 4th, you're going to be like, oh, no. Oh, no. I don't know what the fuck I thought it just was. But it's time for me to get the hell out of here. So that's what you see. And this is also a good time for, this is great for commitment with people you're already with. This is not good for new relationships. New relationships, you probably will distance yourself or want to get rid of these people. So any new romantic relationships, any new friends, because again, there was a lot of socializing, a lot of wanting to be out, meeting new people. When they say no new friends, no baby, all new friends. This is Gary. I just met him last week. You know, we really hit it off. We've been drinking mimosas all week, and by the 4th, you're like, oh no, Gary's annoying. I can't stand Gary. I don't know why I was hanging with them.
And it could be somebody meeting like, damn, they're an asshole, and you keep hanging out with them, and it turns out to be a great friendship. Time will tell.
Time will tell.
Saturn is about taking your time.
Taking your time. Time will tell. You just have to like once you get to the end of the week, some of these new people you linked up with, you're going to see it. This isn't really a good time for new booze or trying to get back with old people. If you're already with somebody, you should be okay. But trying to do any reconnecting, new boo, new anything, that could be a problem. This is a good time for paying off debts and fixing any money or financial matters. But again, this could, because of you finding out all of these issues with people and their manipulative things, again, this can give you emotional outbreaks and triggers. and you can see slights where there aren't any, even if it's imagined and it's not reality. You again could have to take care of a family member or take care of a woman or have to give um a woman advice or any of those types of things. But you still can get luck, you can still get optimism. The only thing is with luck and positivity, you have to be careful you're not drifting, because there's a chance, and you'll see this all week, where you can get a lot of luck but you can be lazy, or you can get a lot of luck this week but you can kind of drift on, you're not really focusing on it, and you're not really taking it seriously. And you still have a little bit of still a little bit of unease with emotions in your identity. You still having, at this point, you having more emotional healing, especially around your home and your inner peace. So like at some point, like all week, it's been kind of like an up and down with Chiron, with the healing, with the emotional healing, with the moon, and moon rules emotions, it rules your home, it rules your family. All week it's been up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. You know, by the time you get to the end of the week, you get better and better and better with the emotional healing. It's because you took your time and you just sat on the information. You sat on the information. And this will give you obsessive thoughts with motivation and emotional intensity and empowerment. So you feel empowered again. So like there's also a fluctuation of themes about power and control. And some people come in looking for power and control, but as the week goes on, you start to feel empowered and you start to feel more in control. You start to feel those things yourselves. And so then you have a lot more ambition. The only downside is, do you want to suppress possibly your emotions or suppress themes around women and family or your home life? Which may not be an issue, because to be honest, there's a setup where you kind of been either in conflict with women all week, or you've been trying to help women all week. You've been trying to help your family. You've been trying to help your emotional state all week. So you probably want to just take a beat. You just kind of want to take a beat. So by this point, you should identify with healing. Your identity, your ego should be healed. You had to deal with the emotional side and your emotional fluctuation with healing, and there's a restlessness with it. By the end of the week, you should identify your sun placement. The sun identifies heavily with healing. So you feel healed. I identify with healing. I am a healed person. I am redeemed. I am creative. And this could be romantic and kids, with kids, and to do with romance too. So any new romance, they could have took a toll on you all week. You thought it was going to be something, it's not really nothing. Or I met this new person, I thought it was something. But by the end of the week, because Chiron and the sun make a positive aspect, you can heavily identify with healing. So it's like, girl, I'm over it now. I'm over it. There's nothing you can say to me. It's really not. Like I'm good and well and over it. You know? And so this can put you back into ease in relationships, ease with women. Your finances are good. So any of the other women or other people or other family members that you weren't beefing with, you go back to ease with them. It's going to be relaxing. You could still have a little bit of moodiness because you want some change and impulsivity. And it could be because of all of this stuff this week. You want to change things. You want to switch something up. You'll still feel that. You still feel something for doing something creatively innovative. You want to be open-minded, you want to be, clever, something fun. And that's fine, because all week it's been kind of like you've been bogged down with just all of this stuff and all of these burdens, and people want you to help them, and you thought this person was cool, they really sneaky, like, or this person, you getting into weird power plays with people. Now you just finally sitting down, it's like, I'm ready to start something different, I'm ready to do something different, I'm tired. And then you start to feel you don't want to be committed to anything really deeply. And you can feel a really strong attraction to life or other people. And so this, by the end of the week, you can feel, again, an even stronger pull for financial luck and a windfall. So a windfall is anytime you just get cut a lucky break or just do anything new. You can feel like that. So maybe by the end of the week, you're like, hey, I want to play the lottery. By the end of the week, like, I'm done with all this. I just want to do something new. Y'all done wore me out. I'm good.
Also, if you have any questions, let BMORE know. Right now, we're gonna get into the chart of Majestic. So Majestic, we get into your chart right now. You was born September 15th, I believe, 1993. And you have a Scorpio rising and Pluto in the first house with your North Node in Sagittarius. Pluto and Scorpio mean you could be a very magnetizing person. You're also going to deal with power plays in your life. Sometimes you're going to win, and sometimes you're going to lose. But that is the lesson of Scorpio in any placement. Also, people can perceive you as being secretive, or you being able to figure out other people's secrets because Scorpio is in your ascendant. Now, with your North Node in Sagittarius, it means that a part of your purpose in life is higher wisdom, philosophy, religion, education. And if your Jupiter is well placed, this could even further you, further this easily for you. Jupiter is in Libra. Libra loves to be in Jupiter. Jupiter and Venus are friends, so this is not an issue. And it looks as if you have Jupiter in the 11th house in Libra. This means you can be very charismatic in front of groups. You can really show those Venus qualities when it comes to groups and friends. And also you can be someone who can be balanced and just. Make sure you don't rush to decisions with groups, because usually when you have a Libra placement somewhere, people tend to try to rush you. But you do have it in Jupiter, which is a good placement to have, in the 11th house. Though, remember though, Uranus and Saturn is going to have some environment in here, because Saturn and Uranus rules Aquarius. And because you're in the 11th house, which again in the 11th house, Capricorn and Aquarius is very comfortable in that house. Saturn and of course Uranus is going to have some play, but mostly Saturn. But overall, this is a good placement. Again, you can be really charismatic with groups of people, really charismatic with friends, and sometimes people may look to you to be the problem solver in groups too, as well. You also have Lilith and Aries in the 5th house, so you can be your dark side can be domineering. You may quietly want to beat people. You may quietly have certain fantasies about maybe having some dom and submissive interactions with your people that you're in romance with, romantic partners. Also, having Lilith in the 5th house, that means if you ever have children, you could be very territorial with your children. You could be like a very hands-on parent where you just don't trust your children around anybody. Also, Lilith in the 5th house in Aries means that you love to be independent in some aspects because of it being in that house, in that placement. And also, people, you wanted to say a couple of things yourself?
No, you're right. I'm just looking at this.
Right. It also means Lilith in the 5th house, meaning you could get away with maybe more darker themes of artistic expression. If your sun is dignified, that means you can even possibly get away with introducing certain taboo things into society if your sun is dignified. But it also could mean that you do have some type of psychic capabilities as well. BMORE?
Yes.
Any other thoughts?
No, I'm just looking. I'm being nosy.
All right, BMORE's being nosy. I'll say more when I get to look at it again. So what would you like to add in there? A lot of people are attracted to Gemini and Taurus, or they have some attraction with the Scorpios. I've seen in people's
they 8th,
do 7th, and 5th
Gemini,
house.
Taurus, or like some Saturn, Capricorn themes. People in power, but no, it makes sense because it does seem like people want that person to fix problems, but because his Libra he has a Mercury in Libra, he doesn't really want to be bothered.
That's the problem. He has to learn to want to be bothered.
Like be a leader.
Yeah.
A reluctant leader.
You're a reluctant leader, Majestic. Like this is what's in your chart. the very thing you hate to do is something that it can be very good for you.
Because people see you that way.
Right.
You have all that 10th house stuff.
But as BMORE stated, because your Mercury is in Libra, when you communicate and how you think,
they're like, I really fuck with this man, and then his Venus is in the 10th house. So you're saying, like, I really fuck with Majestic in charge, and Majestic's like, please don't.
Please leave me alone, everybody.
I don't want to be bothered.
I don't want to be bothered.
Solitude.
But you have to. You have to be bothered because Jupiter's is where your luck and expansion. If you don't expand in there,
wisdom,
you don't grow. So
it's something that you have to learn about authority.
You also have to exchange wisdom between groups and you. So groups can have things to say that teaches you something, and you can say things that teach them something. If you don't mingle, then that exchange never happens.
Mm-hmm.
So it's something that you have to.
You just have to accept that about yourself.
Figure out how to get used to.
It's just who you are, you know. Just understand yourself. You can't run away from yourself.
And also he has Sun in Virgo, so he's one of those nervous. The Virgos.
Little nervous Virgo energy.
Yeah, the anxious. So he has anxiety. He has a sun. His sun and moon are both conjunct in. So he has a new moon. He was born on a new moon, and his sun and moon is conjunct in Virgo. Mm-hmm. So he has a lot of nervous anxiety, like nervous energy. This makes sense of why he doesn't want to do the whole group thing, but
it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Even with the Mercury in the 11th, like trying to merge or blend into groups.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not an option.
Also, that means you have a lot of I know you may not like this, but you have a lot of primordial feminine energy. When you see men or women with a lot of Virgo, for example, that can mean a lot of primordial feminine energy. And that's what you have with moon and sun conjunct.
It seems like he's trying to hide behind the Scorpio rising.
He's very much so trying to hide behind the mystery, hide behind the Scorpio rising. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because that's his bread and butter. Like, I have the mystery thing, so people go by my ascendant. I don't have to try.
Yeah, no. Get your ass in here.
You came here to challenge yourself, Majestic, and you got to. You have to challenge yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yes, because I do acting and screenwriting, so that makes sense. Well, you just have to just take it for what it is, you know.
You always get promoted at job sites you don't want.
No! Responsibility, no.
Majestic, you're the very person who probably get everything thrown at you and be like, don't want.
Well, it's because he has some of the placements require secretive energy, and so like it's interesting because the ascendant is Scorpio, but the sun is in an exaltated place. It's in the 10th house. So it's good for ego development for you. You need ego and emotional development by taking on power roles and taking on attention. The downside is that a part of your psyche or personality does not want that. And so this is always going to give you a headache because there's a part of your own development that you're running from.
Right. His 5th house is opposed to his 11th house. So his Lilith in that energy in Aries is opposed to groups.
Well, there's a part of him that possibly does want authority or to be the leader because he has that Aries in the 5th house and with Lilith. So there's a part of him that does vie for power controls, but the Mercury kind of thinks about other people. So there's a part of Majestic that thinks about control and power. Absolutely. And being a leader.
And you're gonna have to embrace it.
And maybe they take out some of this these dynamics. Maybe they take out some of these dynamics with lovers versus taking it out at work.
Yeah, because his Libra is partially in the 12th and 11th house.
Majestic, you be running your little lovers ragged versus just going over there taking that promotion?
He be running them ragged. He keeps things to himself. He doesn't know sometimes what direction.
You trying to dom your lovers when it's really about work? Because that's what that sounded like.
Also, when you have the sun and moon conjunct in Vedic, that means on certain moon phases, it's very important that you celebrate your ancestors. They can help you get good luck and help you with direction. So anyone with a sun and moon conjunct, usually that's in Vedic. If your sun and moon is still conjunct, usually it means that you're a type of person who's supposed to worship the ancestors or certain moon phases.
Yeah, cause it sounds like Majestic be giving his little lovers a run for their money.
Yes, he does. Venus and Leo in the 10th house.
He ain't running them ragged. What do you mean by ragged? Okay, ragged meaning you are getting into themes of power dynamics. So you are being dominating. There's a domination factor that could come off in your expression. And so it is opposing your Mercury. And so maybe you're saying one thing, but your expression is something else.
Basically, you're a trap. Because you have the Virgo sun and moon and the Jupiter and Libra and the Mercury and Libra, you're like, oh god,
so sweet. Majestic is so, oh my god.
So he needs to have the job.
So sweet.
Lilith in the 5th house in Aries means underneath it all, your dark side, you want to dominate something.
Yeah, so your lover, you come home from work.
House is about wins and losses and power
control.
Struggles.
So if you have Pluto in the 1st house, that means there's an aspect where you are controlling. So
you are, yeah.
You wait till your lover get on home. Hey, babe. And then you start
shit
trying
somewhere.
to dom them. You start dominating down there. You're like, what the hell? What the fuck is going on with him?
And you're like, I thought he was sweet.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Yeah. Running them ragged. And all because you have some power play dynamics that haven't been really worked out.
Also, it means you're very intelligent though with Virgo sun and moon. You're a technician.
Now I don't listen. Just for me personally, I don't fool with no Virgo men. Y'all keep that. And I barely fool with Virgo women because I feel like y'all it's crazy over there, and I don't want to be bothered. You know, y'all have a blessed day. I don't fool with them.
Sometimes other people, and I'm not saying BMORE, but sometimes the things that people say they don't want to mess with, they go over there and they like, you know, for some people in their chart. So
oh no, you seen the people I pulled up. You see what I'm saying though, right? Joe Budden, Prince. Should I keep going? Jada, Kelsey.
Wait.
With the Meg Thee Stallion thing.
I don't want to put nobody else on blast, but somebody else got a lot of Virgo if you go into Vedic though. So technically that all true.
I gotta see if it means the same thing. But you see what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Crazy. Y'all can keep that though. Okay. Pay that. See, y'all start getting crazy. He said they say I do that from time to time. Ain't no say they say Majestic, you be over there scratching up their back. You be scratching up your boo back when you get home.
You're not right. Sometimes Virgo men can be mean.
They are mean. They just get mean out of nowhere. Like, what the fuck?
But because they have to handle all that feminine energy, their sun and moon.
Yeah, you feel like
they're dealing with the maiden. And then he's dealing with a polarity of wanting to be like someone who's harmonious versus someone who is a domineering.
Yeah, he said they always say that. They say when they first meet me, they don't think I'm nice. They say I mean. That's that Scorpio rising with the Pluto. And then you also have that Lilith in the 5th house. So you got a domination thing. You try to act like, oh, I don't really care about it. But then it's like you really do care, you know? Well, see, that's why that don't work for me because with the Virgo men, it's like, because I be wanting to be cute when people get home from work, and then y'all be kind of scratchy. I don't have time for that. Y'all messing up my vibe.
Virgo men can be Virgo ascendant, Virgo sun, Virgo moon.
Y'all messing up my vibe because I'm trying to be cute.
Those men can be a little bit scratchy.
They are, because, you know, I want to call my boo and be like, you need to come home. I miss you. They be acting crazy. I don't want to
funny, though.
Be bothered. That's not enough.
Virgo is one of the top rated signs for comedians.
They can be funny, but that's not enough, child. That is not enough for me. So, they are crazy. We try to be cute with them and they start acting crazy with you. I don't know what that's about.
You got a lot going on in your 12th, 11th house. You got a lot of stuff going on when it comes to other people.
Damn, not Joe Budden. Yes, Joe Budden's a Virgo. Y'all seeing the vibe. Jada, Kelsey, the one who shot, was over there with that whole Mega Stallion thing.
Also, be careful with your anger.
Prince.
Having Mars and Libra means you're not supposed to be, you can't be in confrontations anymore. That means you can be very confrontational. You gotta slow down.
There's a Mercury Libra.
Especially in this particular lifetime in transit.
Yeah. Big Pain say, I'm a Sag. Virgo nonsense is right up my alley. Good for you. Y'all come on down because Big Pain is taking all the Virgos. But yeah, I can't deal with none of that because I be trying to be cute when I get home and when people get home, and I don't have time for that because I got my own temper and I don't want us to both be raggedy together, you know.
BMORE does have a temper.
I do have a temper, so like I can't deal with none of that, child. I want us to be cool. I don't want
believe in this bubbly cutie pewtie stuff all you want.
That's my first thing, is to be cute with you. Listen, the next phase is going to be a problem. You want to just start fighting. Mm-hmm. So like and I'm okay with crying and fist fighting people. I don't care about that.
No, you're grown. You don't fist fight people no more.
So like I don't. That's why I don't deal with that.
Fight people no more.
I don't deal.
You left that stuff alone.
That's why I don't deal with that. Virgos, you got to give the Virgos to God.
He said, I feel like I be calm most times.
Is that what other people say?
What do other people say?
You said other people say you be mean.
Yeah.
Because that's not what you said. You said people say you be mean to them.
He got all them planets stuff up there. That's a lot of confusion.
It is.
He got Libra, Scorpio, Virgo, all up there.
Because a part of him want to dominate people and another part wants to be chill.
Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde.
But remember my point. Like,
Probably has a really good memory.
Yeah, I could see that. Mm-mm.
I don't know.
All right, y'all. Do y'all have any more questions?
They said because I don't talk to them and I stay quiet that I'm mean or have resting bitch face. Yeah, you have Virgo double twice, so you do it. You have that Jada resting bitch face.
I could say that, but that's not enough to be mean. I actually read your chart. You do be actually mean though.
Hot and cold.
Hot and cold. You be cool 1 minute. You be like, hey, somebody be like, hey, Majestic, I'm about to go down to the coffee place. You want something? Get out of my office. You be like, what the hell is wrong with him?
Rex said he has that issue with Gemini women.
I be having issues. Oh, would they be mean to you?
Look at Majestic laughing.
Yeah, see, you know it's true. Somebody be nice to him and then he come back and just start shitting in their coffee. Just start in trouble. Yeah. And then try to play dumb. I don't know what. And you know what? Every time it's a Pluto in the first house, they try to act slow. Him, the little other crazy one. What's his name?
Or somebody else we know. No. You're right.
What's the other one in the chat?
Pluto and first house people be straight up lying sometimes.
Y'all be spinning. The spin machine. Okay? Okay, fine. I'll admit it. It is pimp talk. That's all I'm saying.
Right, he had Pluto in the first house too.
That's all
he kept saying no, and then at the end he said, "Okay, I do
I'm
my
like,
pimp
sir,
talk."
I'm looking at your chart. You lying right now. Actually.
Rex said his girl is one right now.
Gemini. Mm-hmm. See? My 10th house is in Pisces. I've been saying to myself, I want more stability in my career. And all I see is instability in that area. It's because it's Pisces there.
Also, Topaz, you admitted that you used to lie when you was young. So Pluto in your first house makes sense too.
Oh, see? Proving my point. Y'all see all these Pluto first house? This is why y'all need to read their charts.
They like power play.
Crazy.
And also, you have Mars and Libra, Majestic. That means you like mean bitches.
You do.
Or you like women who are aggressive somewhere.
Yeah, you do.
And also, you don't like to admit it because I've seen a lot of Mars and Libra men and their chart. They be like, oh, no, that's not true. and then the girl they went aggressive as fuck somewhere. Bullshitting. And I mean, women may be aggressive towards you.
I know. Topaz be liking to get slapped a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Majestic said he do like mean girls. Exactly. You fuck with mean bitches because you have Mars and Libra. And any man who has Mars and Libra, you fuck with aggressive women.
Yeah.
Jason started trouble. He said it sound like Blueface. You got Pluto in first house
too,
you
Jason.
Can't talk. You can't be talking. Now you may not be as bad as Majestic, cause I gotta remember what your
I feel like
was.
Jason might be. Well, you know what? Jason want to at least settle down.
What was Jason Mars again?
Dang, what was Jason Mars?
Let me see. Was he the one from New York?
I don't remember.
No, he's from.
He the one who had
Connecticut.
Oh, he had Mars in the first house too. He had Mars, Saturn, Pluto, and something else.
Let me see.
All clumped up together. I think it was in Libra.
He had Mars and Libra?
I think he did.
If he had Mars and Libra, he straight up capping. He like me.
I'm actually about to put y'all together. Topaz, Majestic, Jason, y'all all about to get
the Mean Girl crew.
The Mean Girl crew. Talking about something. I don't like mean girls. Y'all like bitches,
Jason
and that's
said,
okay.
I don't fuck with mean bitches no more.
Lying.
Lying. Topaz said Venus in his first house too, so stop playing. That means that you even crazier.
That is true.
Pluto and Venus together, that means you like dark sex.
He does.
Moving on. See? Dion, Mars and Libra, you like mean bitches too.
Yeah. A slap in my ass, absolutely. So I don't fuck with no mean bitches no more. Jason, you lied to me already in this stream. I don't believe you.
Oh yeah. Also, people with Pluto in the first house and Mars and Libra, sometimes y'all be lying.
Y'all do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Topaz be liking the back of their head getting ripped out, but that's all right. Never had to ask a girl. They always approach me and be aggressive as hell. That's what you like. Jason, sex is good, but don't fuck with them.
I mean, you do fuck with them.
You do. Dion, I have a Mars and Libra. It's in the 4th house.
And you like this. Like,
Lord.
mean bitches too. And you like mean bitches who are witches.
That is true.
So you want them to do magic on you. If you're a guy like with Mars and Aries and stuff, you probably like to be the one to be mean.
Oh my God. Y'all pray for. I'm pray for y'all. I'm pray for the boys, because the boys is the boys is going through it.
Jason says shy girls. Shy girls who are mean.
Are mean. They're quietly mean.
Quiet mean girls. Jason said, you know what? I don't like loud mean girls anymore. I upgraded to quiet mean girls.
Quiet mean girls.
Shy mean girls.
Yeah. Dion, I love witches.
Okay, Sean has Mars and Aries, so he got more bite than we
He
thought.
let on. That's
right.
true.
All right, so that Libra moon.
That confusion, I don't know, works out somewhere.
Oh, but we already know. That's why we said you want to tell your girl.
Well, that's why he's down to 2 restaurants.
Remember we said he wants to talk like mean to his girl.
Yeah, he want to dome her out a little bit.
Yeah.
Then go back to being confused.
Mm-hmm.
My first house is Venus, Pluto, and conjunct Mercury and Venus. Okay, so
we off the hook.
You want to have themes of power, control, jealousy, and possessiveness. Add in with Mercury, that's also like forms of deception, lies. And if I remember correctly, you had Lilith in, I think, Gemini.
Yeah, Lilith in the 3rd house.
Gemini, something like, or 6th house, something like that.
Like
so
down shit.
Something about psychological possession, control, obsessiveness thing. You like, I don't know. It's giving like, what was that movie y'all had me watch?
Indecent Proposal.
That, but the one where it's like, when she was driving that car and it crashed. What was it called? Not War of the Roses. What's the other one?
She was driving the car and it crashed.
Was it Single White Female? We didn't watch that. What was the other one? Where the lady, it was she was smoking. It was the Stone lady.
Oh, Sharon Stone.
Yeah, what was that?
When she saw her cooch.
Yeah.
That was the one with Michael Douglas.
When she killed that nigga and she just he like that. He like crazy
he like
boxing
crazy
penises. That's just crazy.
Lilith is Gemini in the 6th house.
Yeah.
Basic instinct, yeah.
Basic, there you go. He like that energy. Y'all pray for Topaz, chill. They are the sexiest and very pretty. I'm the only innocent one here. Yeah, because Rex just trying to get his one little girl to just be nice. Make sure they don't put period blood in your food or some witch stuff.
No. Dion would still eat it.
Dion. A lot of these boys would still eat it.
Topaz may eat it too.
Yeah.
He'd eat the period blood.
Yeah. First house conjunct Pluto too. I'm a good boy. Not really. My shit effed up too. I got Mars and Capricorn, but it's in the 7th.
No, that means you like the fuck at the job.
Man,
you better leave them girls at the job alone before you get rolled up.
He did. He trying to make something happen at work.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Lilith and Gemini in the 6th house. Basic instinct something. Yeah, I'ma still eat it. I'ma fix her ass too.
See, we already know. We already knew you was gonna eat it.
Dion, my girl from Louisiana. Let me tell you something about some of these little foreign boys or half foreign boys. I don't fool with them because they might cut a goat on your ass. I don't fool with them. I don't fool with them because they start trying to do witch wars with you. I don't fool with none of. Come here, my sweet. No. You know, I don't fool with none of them. Y'all get from here with that. Team USA, here we come. Let's see. With me being an Aries and Scorpio in my first house, it conflicts. Aries and Scorpio. How do you have Aries and Scorpio in the first house?
Yeah, what planet?
Yeah. See, Topaz, we gonna do OB to each other. That's why I said I don't fool with them. They cut a goat on you. That's why I don't do none of that. It's goats and chickens. I
better make sure that bad girl's in love with you because she's not. She gonna fuck up. She gonna fuck you up too. You gotta be careful. I'm messing with them type of women.
See, crazy. You damn right. Because if you want to go there, I'm gonna take you there too. It's crazy. I don't have time to deal with that.
Can we do that? Water.
Here you go.
Thank you, sweetie.
Sean, my family is from Belize and Honduras. I come from ground zero of Mayan ruins, and that's why I don't fool with y'all.
Oh, I got family members from Belize.
That's why I don't fool with y'all. Build the wall.
BMORE is so fronting right now, but I'm gonna leave her alone. Cause most of the men she be crushing on, half of them be foreign.
That don't mean I don't go
there. Women too.
No, that does not. Just because my eyes work, that don't mean I'm gonna be over there.
You already know I have a little bit of something too. So what do you got to say?
I didn't know that when I got with you. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. And I'm gonna be real. Your family kind of sucks.
Oh, all right. Let's just leave it alone.
All right, fine. But I didn't know that when I got with you. That came out later.
But you still here though.
Where am I go? I already locked it down. Where am I go? I didn't find that out. I didn't even find that out in the first year.
Yeah, but it's still there.
Yeah, where am I go? Okay. My mom's family is witchy. See? That's all I'm saying. And Gigi, is your family foreign born? I'm proving my point, child. That's all I'm saying. USA. I gotta get a farmer.
USA got Louisiana though. Let's get that.
They came in late. They barely count. You know, I barely count them. I don't fool with nobody from there neither. I meant to say I'm an Aries and my ascendant is Scorpio. Oh, you got a lot of Mars energy.
I have a lot of fiery, physical and
and you know what? And that's probably why people would think that you would be more aggressive than what actually is. I can see why people keep coming at you like that.
Depending on what planets is there, though. If you have Sun in your first house,
yeah, because it's a lot of Mars placement, and it reeks of aggression. So people can be aggressive back to you, thinking that there's danger there when it's you really just chilling. So I get it.
Sean so has a lot of magic involved in his family line too. Yeah, that's okay. Let's say he said nope. We are descendants from the slaves that fought in the war in 1812.
Okay, barely making it though.
Slave plantation in Virginia.
Okay.
Rex said, "Yeah, I'm laid back and chilled."
Yeah, I can see that with you, Rex, and just having beefs like that because people see it's more dangerous.
Gigi said, "I live in Canada though, so you have something in your chart that talks about relocation there."
Mm-hmm.
Sean said, "My dad's side of the family, Louisiana. His name is French." Oh wow, so you got it off the hook on both sides. Mom and dad both off the hook.
My rising in Sag, Pluto and Venus, first house conjunct to Pluto, Venus and Mercury. How do people perceive me? Probably see you as sneaky.
Yeah.
But they like you anyway.
Yeah, you come out very sneaky, but people like you anyway.
Yeah, they're like.
Yeah, they think you're fun.
Yeah, you still fun, but you sneaky. That's how I felt when I first met you. I said, Topaz is funny.
At his illustration.
You
it's
funny,
like he's
but
looking off at the side, sneaky.
You sneaky. That's
why.
And that's
why they're not together. Yeah, them people who have them off the hook backgrounds usually don't stay together.
Yeah, I can see that. I've been told I mean, and that my personality can be a much at first. That's what happens with all of y'all Pluto first house people.
Dion said his folks is from
Haiti. Y'all see what it's a pattern. Y'all see it. Y'all ladies get the hell out of there.
Jason said, so I'm Aries rising. Y'all said.
I thought you had a Libra rising, Jason.
We have to go back and look.
I think he had a Libra rising, I think. But that means that you did because you had an Aries moon. So that means it opposes your thing.
Yeah, you had a Pisces sun and Aries
so you
moon.
like aggressive women.
Yeah.
You like very aggressive women. But you aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
And you try to act like you ain't. So y'all go over there and scratch each other upside the head.
Any last words before we close this stream? We had a nice time with all of y'all. It was fun. Y'all can contact BMORE's number, text her, and also email her for chart readings, and she'll let y'all know what the prices are. If you just have one simple question, like where to go to see your chart and all that, we'll just give that, of course, to y'all for free. But if you want a full chart reading, you go to BMORE and she'll let you know the prices. Sean said, laughing out loud, I'm charming as fuck. That's why I stay to myself. People be falling in love. So you saying you have a little lover boy charm?
He capping because I'm gonna tell you something. Sean has a Taurus sun and a Sag rising. You like to be he a little spinner too.
Oh, if you have a Sagittarius rising, you like to flirt and you only stop because it probably got you in trouble. Good, good investigating.
Get out of here.
He's out there so innocent. Yeah, I didn't do anything, and people was just falling for me. I wasn't flirting at all. I didn't mislead no one. It just happened. Now I close my energy.
Y'all got to stop lying. We already saw your chart. Y'all gotta lie. If you're gonna lie before I see your chart. Okay? Lie before I see your chart. Don't start lying now.
All right, everyone. We definitely enjoyed all of your company. Make sure y'all don't get into any conflict during this particular transit. It won't be good for you. Be calm, meditate, focus on your purpose in life, and keep it going. Also, Digital Media said she has a Sag rising.
Woo!
It's a problem. Woo!
I have a Sag rising. I'm just cool with people, but I have looked back lately and think people like me. Y'all lying. Jesus. All of y'all little liars.
Well, the Zodiac Sagittarius sign enjoys freedom, and Sagittarius are known to be big flirts. Because it doesn't mean you're gonna cheat. It doesn't mean you're gonna cheat. But when you have Sagittarius placements, let's say if it's your ascendant, people see you as very freedom driven, very flirty, very energetic. So now, to be fair to y'all, can sometimes people misread y'all and think you're flirting when you're not? That's possibly true. That's also possibly true as well. But some of y'all be flirting.
Y'all be flirting. Stop it. All of y'all. And I don't want to hear nobody trying to slide in at the end. No, that wasn't me. It was you. It was you.
All right, everyone. Peace. We enjoyed y'all. Love y'all. Enjoy your day. Enjoy your night. We love y'all, and we are out.
Bye.